program is brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM.
Call this meeting of the Eau Claire City Council to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson. Here. Beaton. Here. Berge. Here. Christofferson. Here. Emmanuel. Here. Gregert. Here. Strobel.
Here.
Weld.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
Zhang.
And we have quorum. Welcome everyone to this Monday night of the Eau Claire City Council. I just want to thank everyone who's come down this evening and briefly review our protocol for speaking this evening. Before I do that, though, I want to make sure that everyone knows that Valley Media Works is here this evening, and they will be live streaming the proceedings of this meeting for those who are not able to make it. To catch that, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit the government channel, which is 99.4 on Charter Cable, and it's also simulcast on 101.9 FM WRFP LP. Past meetings of the Eau Claire City Council can also be found on their YouTube channel. Protocol briefly for those who came this evening who may want to speak. Once an item has been introduced, staff, or in some cases council, will present on that item, and following that, the council may have questions to clarify on that issue. Then we open each item for public input. Once item has been opened, please come forward at that time. You can step forward to the microphone right here. You'll notice that there's a green light on the corner. You have 5 minutes to speak on agenda items that are introduced on our Monday night meetings. And you'll see the light will turn from green to orange to red, signifying that your 5 minutes has expired. Sometimes I may ask you to wrap up your remarks if you go over. I will ask you to wrap up remarks if you go over your 5 minute speaking term. If you wish to speak on an item that is not listed on the agenda, specifically here, there is a time at the end of the meeting that we've allotted for folks to speak on other items on the agenda tomorrow, or if they wish to bring forward new items. And we ask that you sign up for that speaking for our public input session. At the end of the meeting, we ask that you sign up on the sheet that's in the back of the room and list your name, address, etc. And again, those speaking turns are actually for 3 minutes, so they're shorter than our normal 5 minute speaking terms. Lastly, if you do not wish to address the City Council tonight, please note that there are sign-up sheets in the back of the room that you can leave a comment on, and then we all receive them tomorrow before our legislative session. You can also contact us via email and via our phone numbers, which are all listed on the city website. With that, we are going to move forward to our first order of business this evening, which is a public hearing on zoning. This item, number 1, is a public hearing on the ordinance rezoning a portion of property located at 559 North Hastings Way from P to C3. Mr. Scott Allen.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Before this evening, it's a request to rezone property as noted. Let's zoom in here. It's just an overview map that we utilize, staff utilizes at Plan Commission. So the agenda item numbers don't necessarily match. So it's number 2 here. Just an overview map again for general vicinity's sake. More specifically, again, former fire station number 10, southeast corner of Birch, Hastings Way. The property itself is approximately 0.6 of an acre in size. It is currently zoned P for public zoning since it most recently again was public use. And Valley Media Works is requesting to rezone the property located here at 559 North Hastings Way. The parcel, again, is that former fire station and is currently vacant. City did a request for proposals, RFP process for the property, and has executed a purchase agreement from the applicant. Hence the request here before you this evening. The comprehensive plan does identify the area as being appropriate for commercial use. Therefore, the proposed C3 zoning and land use change to commercial is appropriate, given the surrounding businesses. Staff believes the rezoning request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, will be consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses. The Plan Commission reviewed this at its meeting last week and recommending approval here before you this evening. Do you just want to show this for some little bit of context as well? Again, this is not specifically related or part of the rezoning request. It is just an overview of their proposed reconfiguration of the access point in particular at Birch Street. So that would be closed off and they would access kind of their front door, so to speak, from the east and south and just reconfigure this area. So just again, just for some context in terms of how the applicant would propose to reutilize that portion of the property. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Do council members have any questions regarding this rezoning? Seeing none at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Then are there any members of the public here this evening who wish to speak on this item? Again, this is a public hearing on rezoning portion of property located at 559 Hastings Way from P to C3. Is there anyone here this evening to speak on this? Seeing no desire for comment, we will then we'll close that item, move to item number 2 on our public hearings. This is a hearing on an ordinance rezoning property located at 800 Wisconsin Street from I-1P and I-2P to I-2P, and to amend the general development plan and to allow for a change in a land use for Building 17 to include multifamily residential. Mr. Allen.
Thank you again, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Again, just for orientation's sake, it's item number 3. It's shown on this overview map. Again, it's the east end of Banbury Place. More specifically here. Aerial map showing the property in question. With that, just a little background on this. Again, the property itself, the entire property is not quite 27 acres in size. Existing zoning is I2 and I2P. Banbury Place, Inc. is the applicant. They're requesting to rezone the property from I2 and I2P to I2P, which sounds a bit convoluted in a way, but the intention here again is that P designation standing for plan development, and they're modifying that plan. So therefore, even though the categories are essentially the same in terms of their terminology, what is behind them is being requested to be different. The applicant is looking to amend their general development plan to include multifamily residential dwelling units for Building 17. That property there again is 800 Wisconsin Street. Over the past 26 years, Banbury Place has followed the original general development plan. Building 17 is a 6-story building consisting of approximately 182,000 square feet of space against the far east end of the complex. The original land use for the building was warehouse and office use. Currently, the structure is simply being utilized for warehouse storage. The applicant is requesting to convert the building into apartments, along with some office and warehouse storage as well. The comprehensive plan does identify this area as being appropriate for the mixed use as it currently is being utilized. Under the definition of mixed use category, the proposed land use change to include multifamily is appropriate. Again, staff does believe the rezoning request is consistent with the comp plan and with the zoning ordinance as well as with the general development plan. A final site plan will be required for approval at the Plan Commission at a later date. So in terms of number of units, types of apartment units, what would be fully developed in that building through this rezoning has yet to be determined and presented to Plan Commission. So with that, again, there's a narrative included in your packet, just giving you a little background. Not much different than what I just described here. Again, the applicant was present at the Plan Commission meeting last week, and the Plan Commission has recommended to the council approval of the rezoning request, and I'll stand for any questions.
Council members have questions on this item? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Couple of questions. If council approves this tomorrow at the legislative session, then can you please remind me of the process then? So I'm thinking it only then comes before the Plan Commission and not necessarily before council. Would that be correct?
That is correct. Again, the rezoning is what's before you, again, in the public hearing sense here tonight, and then for your consideration tomorrow. And at that time, essentially, it opens it up for the applicant then to go back and provide additional detail that would then go forward through the site plan or general development plan at the Plan Commission.
Councilmember Emanuel, could you push the button on your mic? For some reason, I can't turn it on. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. A follow-up question then would be kind of related to a bevy of correspondence many council members have received, really taking an advocate position on essentially demand affordable housing units within this project right now. And just from a process standpoint, let me make sure I'm putting this in the form of a question, but can you talk a little bit about, can bodies create new rules if they haven't been set ahead of time, or is it really a best practice to wait for the rule to be created, knowing we may have some intermediary time before we get to that desired product? But can you talk a little bit about how does that process work when citizens say, hey, we want this, and yet the mechanism isn't there yet? Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
That's a good question. I might defer to legal counsel or request their assistance in answering this. But in terms of this part of the process, again, it's the rezoning is looking to allow that change of use. So allow, rather than just office and warehouse, to allow that multifamily residential to be added to this particular building, Building 17, through the general development plan. So any specific details beyond that would be premature, in my opinion. Again, looking at any types of multifamily residential, be it workforce housing, senior housing, student housing, whatever that may be, again, is not defined, nor is it required to be defined at this stage. That is something that could come forward at the site plan stage if, again, there's a change in the zoning ordinance where site plans are required to have X amount of certain types of housing between now and then. I suppose that could be something that could be considered, but I may defer to legal counsel only because this is an existing general development plan. So it's, I think, a little unique in that regard. It's not, brand new development with a new site plan. It's essentially modifying that.
Councilmember Emanuel, would you like further clarification from City Attorney Hofer?
I would only if you felt like he wanted to chime in. I guess really the intention of the question is in a public way just to help with, we'll say, my own educational opportunities in addition to anybody else who might find that information helpful.
Sure. Attorney Hofer? Good to go.
I think Mr. Allen said it pretty well. What you have before you tonight is just the zoning amendment as our current regulations now exist. If you approve this, and with the status of this being an amendment of the general development plan, it will go in front of the Plan Commission where they'll have an opportunity to review the site plan. But there isn't really an opportunity tonight to conditionally approve based on what the City Council would like to see the end product to be. I don't know if that kind of answers your question or not.
Does it? Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel, and thank you, Mr. Hofer, Attorney Hofer as well. Further questions, clarification? Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. I had some questions related to that. I was wondering if there was, I know that we've opened up some conversations about affordable housing, and I was wondering if there was any sort of conversation that has been opened with the developer, or if that's something that they are open to. I guess I know that we don't have anything in our voting or our zoning to require anything like that, but perhaps they're interested in doing that on their own.
Sure. Councilmember Beaton, the conversation was initiated with the developer in terms of interest and consideration of affordable housing. Might defer to them. I believe the applicant is here. If there are further questions at that point in terms of their intentions for pursuing any kind of financial assistance through state tax credits, things of that sort. I know some of those questions came up as well at Plan Commission. I think some of those answers have not yet been decided, but again, I don't want to speak simply for the applicant at this point.
I would like to hear from the applicant, but I do have another question
Sure.
Before we get to that, if that's okay. I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask this, but I'm wondering, I know that there was some testimony some citizen testimony at the Plan Commission about affordable housing and perhaps some other things too related to this item, and I was wondering if you could summarize, or perhaps someone else could summarize, or if we can't do that, then that's okay too.
In that regard, I may defer to one of the council members who serves on the Plan Commission. I was not present at the meeting, but did observe it afterwards, did watch it, and again, minutes were also included in your packet at the end of the agenda packet. So beyond that, again, as others have mentioned, including Councilmember Manuel, in terms of citizen input and discussion, staff was also privy to a lot of that as well. We were copied on several emails and such. Certainly took a lot of that into consideration just in terms of good commentary, good input, good discussion, and things that do relate to such things as the Regional Housing Task Force that's going on, as well as the work session that we have identified for tomorrow evening. But in terms of this specific project, I might defer to others in terms of their I guess, observations from last week.
Sure. Do one of the members, thank you, Mr. Allen, do one of the members of the Plan Commission wish to address Councilmember Beaton's question? Councilmember Graggart?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you for the question as well. There wasn't a lot of discussion at Plan Commission necessarily, I believe, because the applicant is very preliminary in their exploration of the possibilities. So maybe they know more a week later, but it's really it really seemed to be getting this step in order. It kind of opens up the possibilities for the future, so that sounds like there's going to be plenty of time to have a conversation about affordable housing as part of this and what is viable for a building like this. So it wasn't super specific.
Thank you, Councilmember. Does that help, Councilmember Beaton? Thank you. Councilmember Berge?
Thank you. I was at the meeting last week, the Plan Commission, and I don't remember any citizen people coming up to talk about it either. So, and Terry yeah. So, it seemed like you asked about citizen input specifically, and I don't remember any. So.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Allen? If not, it would be Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I'm wondering about a couple of things. First, I just want to clarify that my understanding is correct, that if we are to approve this rezoning tomorrow, that's sort of the last input that this legislative body will have. The site plan will be going through Planning Commission, and is that correct?
In terms of, Councilmember Anderson, good question. In terms of process, if there are no other modifications, then that would be correct. If they're looking at modifying the plan in any other substantive way beyond this land use change, then it should simply just go to Plan Commission.
Okay. I may have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm just kind of looking for clarification, and this might be too big of a conversation to start now, but I'm never quite sure why certain things go just through the Planning Commission and why some things come back to council. So I don't know if you have just some comments on that, or is that a whole ball of wax?
Also a very good question. We could, I'm tempted to start planning in my head a work session simply on why Plan Commission and why council, because there's a lot of overlap, and in a lot of ways there isn't. And it really is context-based. Again, I may defer to legal counsel as well, just in terms of state statute dictates a lot of that as well. Rezonings, for example, have that public hearing component, and therefore require the city council to have the same kind of public hearing as we have here as we did at Plan Commission last week. General development plans are a lot more administrative in nature. So some of them even are, I say administrative, some of them are simply administrative, where it's staff review at times. But certain thresholds are crossed, and then it goes into a more public review process, such as Plan Commission. Things of a larger scale of a, I say, grant, there isn't really a threshold in terms of square footage or type of use and such. That's why I'm kind of struggling in terms of what those minimum thresholds are. But when they start making those larger substantive changes to an existing development plan, that's the other thing to note here too. That is a little bit different. It's an existing development plan that they're making changes to.
Okay.
So that comes into play as well.
Great. Thank you.
And Councilmember Anderson, if I could add to that too, I believe we made a change on this a few years ago as well, and in terms of administrative versus the council and what decisions are made where. But I would actually defer to the city manager, maybe off, at another point, just to follow up with him and get details on that and why certain things go through plan and come to us and why others don't. So,
if I may, Acting President Worthman, Councilmember Anderson did provide, and others, Councilmember Weld and Councilmember Greger could confirm this as well, provided a kind of a matrix or table to the Plan Commission several meetings ago now. It's probably been a couple months. That kind of broke down, Class 1 notices, Class 2 notices, what goes to Plan Commission, what goes to Plan Commission and to Council, and vice versa. I'm happy to provide that again as some kind of a conversational piece. But again, that too, there'll be a lot of asterisks and italics and things like that certain things are still contextual. But happy to provide that as well.
thank you. For any further questions of Mr. Allen before we hear from the applicant? I see none. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
If the applicant would like to come forward, and if you want to just say a few words as well, but I know that the council probably will have some questions for you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jack Kaiser with Banbury Place, and as staff indicated, I find it hard to believe that it's been 26 years ago before we originally created our development plan for Banbury. Unfortunately, over those 26 years, we've been able to keep it pretty much on task. And but today, I'm here to ask your approval of changing that development plan to allow residential in Building 17. Currently, as staff has indicated, it's approved for office and warehouse. Over the course of time, we've had different office tenants look at the building, but for one reason or another, nothing materialized. So currently, it's basically just being used for warehouse for different businesses in the Eau Claire community. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the city of Eau Claire, downtown Eau Claire, as far as residential goes, and we may want to join that bandwagon and start development of some residential downtown or at Banbury Place. As most of you probably know, we do have residential at Banbury, Building 16, the International Harvester Apartments. They've been very successful over the course of time. Typically do not have very few vacancies, and when we do have a vacancy, they typically fill up pretty fast. I would just like to reiterate that we have no immediate plans at all for really any development of Building 17. Our intent right now is to keep it as warehouse space. We're just asking to be, trying to be proactive, I guess, to come in front of the Plan Commission, the City Council, to get approval that we can do multifamily in there as well as office and warehouse. My gut is that at the time that this is developed, probably will be a combination of office, possibly warehouse and residential. Probably not going to be all residential, probably not going to be all office, probably not going to be all warehouse. But we just want the okay to do a little more research. I know you've had discussion about affordable type of residential in the building. Be honest with you, I know nothing about affordable type of residential. Whether it would work for this particular building or not, I'm not sure. But I'm not saying no, not saying yes. We just want the ability to proceed a little further and do a little bit more research to see if it's even possible in this building. So again, I appreciate your time and ask for approval of this amendment to our development plan.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Do council members have questions of Mr. Kaiser? I knew that there was, okay. See any at this time. Thank you.
Thank you
for your presentation. Are there other folks who are here this evening to speak on this rezoning request at Banbury? Anyone else here to speak on this rezoning request? Okay, I don't see anyone else. We will then move to item number 3. It's a public hearing on our bicycle and pedestrian plan. This is going to be presented this evening by Mr. Ivory and Ms. Ness. Good evening.
Thank you, Acting President Andrew Worthman, and good evening. Tonight is the public hearing for the city's bicycle and pedestrian plan. This plan would update the plan that was prepared back in 2010. The plan outlines public and private initiatives that would continue to improve and promote walking and bicycling within the city of Eau Claire. It also recognizes the variety of reasons why people walk and use bicycles, such as for recreation, for transportation, personal health, concern for the environment, and operating the cost of operating a motor vehicle. The plan has been drafted by the staff from the engineering and community development departments, and we work closely with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission as we put together numerous drafts of this plan over the last 18 months or so. I'll start by providing a brief overview of the plan with the first couple sections, and then Leah Ness, the city's transportation engineer, will go over a couple of the key recommendations that are within the plan itself. The plan itself is based on policies that are contained in the 2015 comprehensive plan that place a strong emphasis on bicycle and pedestrian modes of travel, providing kind of encouraging community health and also neighborhood revitalization. The chapters that are listed, these are some of the specific directives that are listed within the plan to improve pedestrian connections, to create a continuous pedestrian system, build an interconnected bicycle route network to encourage more commuting and recreational bicycling, design neighborhood streets with bicyclists and pedestrians in mind, and enhance the ability to walk and bicycle downtown. The plan itself consists of 5 different chapters as shown here. The first one is the assessment of conditions, and I'll provide a little bit of background of what's in there. Then a summary of issues. There are 13 issues that were identified in the plan, somewhat similar to what was in the 2010 plan. Then this document has a section on the goals and objectives that we'd be looking for. The key section or chapter within the plan is the recommendation section. That's divided into 3 different categories: planning and engineering, education and encouragement, and enforcement. And then the last section is the areas of detailed study. And this includes discussion of 27 areas that we've identified within the city that has some unique characteristics or situations for either pedestrians or for bicyclists based on the environment in that area. We felt it was good to maybe call these areas out, spend a little bit more time on these areas with discussing what the issues are and coming up with some general suggestions or recommendations that we could consider in the future when those streets are reconstructed. So I want to provide just a little bit of background to kind of where we're at right now in terms of our existing infrastructure. We have over 370 miles of sidewalks within the city at the current time. Almost 41 miles of off-street pathways, or as we refer to as our recreational trail system. Over 11 miles of bike lanes at this point. Almost 6 miles of sharrows. And then a little over a half a mile of bike boulevards, which includes Thorpe Drive and Belmont Avenue, which we're actually still continuing to work on at this point in time on the East Side Hill. We also have a pretty substantial investment in infrastructure in terms of tunnels and underpasses for bicyclists and pedestrians. And then also with bridges. Some of the bridges are designed specifically for pedestrians and bicyclists. Others are joint use with those and with vehicles. There's a map in the appendix of the plan that shows the locations of where all these different facilities are located. Also, just some examples of some recent improvements since the 2010 plan. Back a couple of years ago, the City Council adopted standards related to pedestrian and bicycle connections for new development. And basically what that means is when a new development occurs, we take a look at making sure that there's access from the street to that development for those that are walking and also that are biking. We've installed a number of bike racks in the downtown area. We'll continue to look at installing some additional ones. And also are working with the Water Street merchants and trying to get some bike racks installed over in the Water Street area. We've installed 4 bicycle corrals in the last 2 years. It's been a pretty successful and popular part of our work. And also we've installed 4 bicycle repair stations, and we found that those have been very popular in the community and well used. Also, we worked on developing maps and brochures. A volunteer group of people in the community have put together the Chippewa Valley Bike Map, and the BPAC and city staff had helped work in formulating and putting that map together, but it was primarily done by a group of volunteers. We've also worked in trying to do education and promotion at certain festivals and events through having educational booths. We've done some bike rides. We've even done some walks in some of the historic areas in order to promote walking and bicycling. In terms of the downtown, a couple of years ago, the council revised and updated our provisions in terms of where bicyclists are prohibited to bicycle on sidewalks in the downtown area. And then coupled with that, now in this fall, we started installing signage to identify specifically where those sidewalks are, where bicycling is prohibited, with the pedestrian zone signs that you see there on the slide. Next spring, you'll also see some additional signage that will be installed with decals that will be going on the sidewalks at some of the corners to better delineate where those sidewalks are that we should not be biking. And then we've also worked closely with the police department. BPAC has, on a quarterly basis, has someone from the police department come and they talk about what has happened within the police department related to bicycling and walking, and then that gives the BPAC a chance to give some feedback back to the police department too. So that's been very helpful. Some of the issues that were raised in this plan, as I mentioned before, there's about 13 issues that were identified. This is just a capsulization of a couple of the key ones, is that we want to continue to work on eliminating the gaps in the sidewalk and bicycle system. The photograph there shows actually one that actually has been taken care of over the last 2 years, but it shows kind of a dramatic situation where you have a sidewalk that basically leads to nowhere, and we have a number of situations like that within the city of Eau Claire. There's a national trend where there's been an increase in pedestrian-related accidents across the country. In fact, increased pedestrian fatalities. Within the city of Eau Claire, we have not seen an increase in the fatalities, but the statistics do show that we have had an uptick in pedestrian-related accidents in the last couple of years. So we want to take a closer look at that, see why that's occurring, and see if we can address that. As mentioned, the comprehensive plan indicates the health benefits and in terms of getting out and being active, whether it's be walking or bicycling. We want to try to improve that health benefit, and also the neighborhood aspect of it. That was a key part of our comprehensive plan in terms of trying to create active and energized neighborhoods in terms of, and again, that would be promoting walking and bicycling within those neighborhoods. Also, we want to continue to try to coordinate with area jurisdictions so that when we have our sidewalks and our bicycle routes, that they don't just end at our city limits, that they do continue on into the towns, into the counties. And we've been working with several of the jurisdictions very closely over the last 12 months on that. And then finally, just the continued need to do further education and awareness. It's something that really we can't just stop. It's going to have to be something that's done on a regular basis, not only for motorists, but for bicyclists and also for the pedestrians. The plan, as I mentioned, does have a chapter that relates to the overall goals and objectives. This basically summarizes what those goals and objectives are in terms of establishing bicycling and walking as a viable, convenient, and safe transportation and recreational choices throughout the city. And then this will contribute to improving the quality of our neighborhoods, sustainability of the environment, and also the health of all the residents. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leah. Leah's going to talk about a few of the key recommendations that were included in the plan.
Thank you, Pat. Good evening. The recommendations section of the Bike and Pedestrian Plan incorporated 6 E's: the education, encouragement, enforcement, engineering and planning, equity, and evaluation. And I'll focus starting on the engineering and planning recommendations. As a part of that, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and city residents and staff looked at the bicycle facilities within the city. This map number 5 shows the primary routes throughout the city in the purple, the neighborhood routes in the red, and green routes are the existing trail system. The dotted areas show the future connections or potential connections that we'd like to look at. In conjunction with this plan and working with the Bike and Pedestrian Committee, they went out and we went out as staff and looked at different routes and made recommendations on changes from the 2010 plan that was put together. As a group with the Wisconsin or West Central Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission and other communities located in the Chippewa Valley, we've looked at the regional route system and gave recommendations on those purple lines throughout the community. Also shown on this map, it's a little harder to see, but they show up kind of in this yellow shade, is areas for further study, and those are those 27 areas that Pat had mentioned earlier. So maps number 5 and number 6 are the bicycle facility maps that are separated into the north and south sides of the city, which were reviewed and revised. I talked about the West Central Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission looking at different routes for regional routes, and these are the routes that this group has come up with. They can provide service all the way from Durand to Cornell, and they go through the city of Eau Claire, the village of Lake Hallie, Altoona, Eau Claire and Chippewa counties, Chippewa Falls, and other towns.
The colored lines correspond to the purple regional route lines that were identified on those maps 5 and 6 within the PED and bike plan. The goal of the regional routes through the Chippewa Valley is to provide the planned routes signed for consistency, and we had talked about working with the other municipalities on trying to bridge those gaps throughout our community. Maps number 7 and 8 in the Bike and Ped Plan address identify the major sidewalk and pathway gaps. This map is very similar to the bike routes map. The purple lines indicate sidewalk on which side of the street. They look kind of heavier on this map, but it does show that there's sidewalks on the north side and the south side, east side, and west side of the streets. Again, kind of the shaded areas are areas of further study. What's of importance on this map are the red dashed lines, and those are the areas where there are existing pathway gaps or sidewalk gaps within our systems. For example, we have this new park on Jeffers Road, but we have a major sidewalk gap north of the North Crossing to get to this location. Similarly, along Riverview Drive, we have a major gap throughout the area there. On the south side, some gaps you can see. We're just working on our State Street project, and there's a gap on the south end of the State Street down to Lowe's Creek. Gaps over by Robbins Elementary School and East Hamilton area. As a part of the education encouragement recommendations of the Bike and Pedestrian Plan, the Safe Routes to School program was developed, and in 2018, Eau Claire City staff and the Eau Claire Area School District worked with the West Central Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission on updating that plan. The original plan included only elementary schools. The updated plan included the middle schools and high schools. As a part of the plan, walk audits were done at each school. Surveys were completed by the students and the parents. And then again, recommendations were given to both schools and the city staff on how improvements could be made, and they were based on those 6 E's that I had mentioned earlier. The map that you see here shows the walk zones or the walkout areas for each of the schools, and I can, for example, the Putnam Heights and Manns Elementary School, you can see there's a divider right here in that State Street. So a high traffic area or roadway is really a barrier for the walk zones for those schools. The maps that I showed you help us in the engineering side when we were looking at the capital improvement program and the streets that we're looking at. We go to those maps to reference if there's sidewalk gaps, what types of improvements could be used on those roadways. Are they a primary bicycle route or a neighborhood route, and how would we address those? Recommendations of complete streets is located under the education and encouragement section of the bicycle and pedestrian plan. This past year, a team of multidisciplined staff and city council attended a national walkability conference, and upon completion of that conference, they had identified a primary goal of adopting a complete streets policy. BPAC has also been working with the city engineering department on refining what a complete streets policy would include. Some people have asked what complete streets are, and they are for everyone. They are designed and operate to enable safe access for all transportation users of all ages and abilities, and they are able to safely move along. The users are able to safely move along and across the street. The idea of a complete streets policy is to be used when practical in what is possible within the given context, the right-of-way, and the financial capacity. The goal that the walkability group came up with was used one of the existing maps that we had discussed and the capital improvement process coming up to look at State Street. And the goal would be to reduce injuries from crashes on State Street and increase the number of people that bike and walk along and across State Street by applying a complete streets policy to the reconstruction project. Implementing the policy to date on that project has included public outreach in several forms by doing walk audits, by holding public open houses, and having discussions with various groups such as the Bike and Ped Committee for the city and also for the university, and neighborhoods as well. We've collected a lot of information and along with that looked at concept development and preliminary engineering checklists to review alternative designs. Additional opportunities will actually be offered this week for more public comment on the State Street project, and that is at the monthly Third Ward Neighborhood Association meeting, the UWEC BPAC meeting, and a public open house which will be held on Thursday afternoon from 4 to 6 at the university in the Davies Center. With that, I'll turn it over to Pat for further discussion on public involvement opportunities related to the Bike and Ped Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Ness.
Thanks, Leah. As I mentioned earlier, the update of this plan, we've been working on this off and on for 18 months plus or so, and a big part of that has been trying to get public input as we've gone forward in order to make the updates and changes. And what we've done is we've done a number of things. We've gone out during the last two bike weeks, so like over the last 2 years, and had educational booths at that. We've been able to get a lot of input. Also, we've had several open houses where we've had some of the maps that Leah had talked about displayed and asked for input from people on those particular maps. We've had various versions of the plan on our city website at different times, and we've gotten a number of different comments. Volume 1 did an extensive article regarding the plan about 9 months ago or so, and then they posted the plan online for comments to be received, and we got close to 50 to 60 comments and suggestions at that time, and many of those comments we tried to fold into this update. We've also have sat down and met with a lot of the different departments, particularly the Parks Division or the Community Services Department, in terms of how the biking and walking relates to our parks. And we found that there were a number of our park areas that we really do have gap areas in terms of being able to get pedestrians and bicyclists to the parks. And then also within the parks, we found that there's actually some deficiencies too. So we tried to bring that to light in this plan based on that input. Also have met with representatives from the police department, particularly when the representative comes to the BPAC meetings. And we've tried to encourage a lot of, add a number of things within the plan related to those conversations that we've had. Again, particularly related to the downtown area in terms of the conflicts that we sometimes have with the bicyclists and the pedestrians, and then also with the motorists. In terms of committee input, in terms of the final draft of this, we did present this to the BPAC committee one last time on the 18th of September. They probably had only seen it maybe 12 times before that, but this was the final draft, and they did recommend approval of it at that particular meeting. We also took this to the Parks and Waterways Commission meeting on the 26th of September. They had a few suggestions, and we put those into the plan also. Plan Commission held their public hearing on the plan last Monday night on the 3rd. They recommended approval. They did recommend two additions to the plan. One was that that we add an additional study area, so that would be the 28th area within the plan. And this would be over on the city's east side along McKinley Road and Birch Street, extending from the North Crossing south down to River Prairie Drive. This is a fairly unique area. It's a rural cross-section of road extending pretty much the full length. It has fairly high traffic speeds, no sidewalk, no bicycle facilities. And on top of that, there's two schools there with Northwoods Elementary School and McKinley Charter School. So I think that is a good additional study area to add because it is a unique type of a situation like the other ones that we have identified in the plan. And then lastly, was recommended on page 39, within that section of a recommendation, we've listed several different areas where we have identified some specific pedestrian gaps, and it was suggested that we add State Street and Westover Road to that list within that section. In the recommendation or the resolution that was adopted by the Plan Commission includes those two additions. The resolution that would be before you tomorrow would consider adoption of the plan with these two additions that the Plan Commission recommended. So with that, Leah and I could answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Ivory. Questions from council? Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Ivory. The two additions on there, McKinley, I think was one of them, and then Westover Road, right? Are those areas, I guess I assume they must be in the city, but I thought McKinley was maybe at least part of it, Seymour Township, and then the Westover Road, State Street. Are those all in the city or parts of them?
No, and actually that is another reason why they are unique in terms of, and some of the other areas that have been identified. It is, they are situations where there is joint jurisdiction. In this case, you're correct, that along McKinley and Birch Street, there is some of that area is within the city, where the two schools are, those are within the city, but then there are stretches that are within the town of Seymour. And the same thing with the State Street Westover Road. That's a situation where you have mixed jurisdictions there too with the city of Eau Claire and then the town of Washington. So what the plan does is it's identifying where these problems exist, whether they're in the city or in the town, so that we can try to resolve those in the future.
Follow up for me. Have we ever in the past, or might we have a lot of agreements and intergovernmental work together to work with the townships on a potential plan? And so if a plan comes forward here, has that ever been done, or is it possible to work with the townships?
Leah, do you want to? I guess in some of one of the projects in particular, I guess over on Bryan Street, there was reconstruction of that a couple of years ago, and that we tried to work out some joint agreements with the town of Washington there. So we do try to do that when those situations arise, being that we're identifying that these gaps exist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Further questions from council on the plan? Councilmember Greggert.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you, Mr. Ivory and Ms. Ness, for your presentation of the update of the bicycle and pedestrian plan. And I want to thank our Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for all of their work on this too. I guess my question is related to, I guess it's on the bottom of page, well, I guess it's page 37. It's the bottom part of the map of the bicycle routes in the city. And there's an area that since we have kind of the designation of primary regional routes, the one that goes through Fairfax Park, my understanding is that the city doesn't clear a pathway or a road through that park, doesn't clear it of snow in the wintertime. So I guess, since we're considering that a primary route, we want to, in my mind, we would keep it accessible throughout the whole year. So, and maybe Mr. Pippinger has some insight on this too, in terms of the history, and we've corresponded over it a bit via email. But just kind of wondering what you feel how we can maintain this bicycle route year-round through Fairfax Park, because essentially it's going through the parking area that is not plowed in the winter.
What we may have to, you're right, currently that road is not plowed in the wintertime. It's something that we'll have to have some discussions with community services about whether there's the possibility of plowing that in the future or not. There may be some conflicts in plowing that with cross-country ski trails that are within that area. And if that is the case, what we may have to do in the winter time is reroute that route so it stays on the street rather than going through the park. So we may have to extend it further to the east on Michener and then down on Fairfax. So we basically would have to bypass the park. At some point in the future, if we are able to plow that, then we'd be able to use that as a route year-round. But we may have to make some adjustments in the wintertime.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Mind if I have a follow-up question on a different part of the plan? I guess looking at the top half of the map on for the bike and pedestrian, or for the bicycle routes, I just noticed that there was, if you go to the Cameron Street section, just one block north of Madison Street, there's a route. It's a neighborhood route, but it shows it going through, east of Bellinger all the way to Oxford Avenue, and currently the street does not actually connect that hallway because of geography, and there's one part of it's dead-ended. So I'm thinking about how we may want to extend that. I don't know, do you think it would be a possibility to extend route of the area requiring detailed study number 4 to include that area as a way to kind of address some of the lack of clarity, I guess? I'm not exactly seeing how we can really bring a route through there right now, so maybe it needs to be studied more.
Yeah, that right now, as you mentioned, it's a local route that's identified there. That would go over to Oxford. Essentially, what the drawing or the map is showing here is that once it gets to Oxford, it would head south and connect up with the trail system in the vicinity where Family Video is right now. That whole area there is going to be undergoing some street reconstruction and some street realignment in that area. So there'll be a number of significant changes that, from what you see there today, that what we see there probably 3 or 4 years from now. So all of these types of connections would be taken into account at that time.
Okay. Mind if I follow up from that?
If we could have other council members ask
Sure.
further before you come back to you.
Sure.
Other council members have questions? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Mr. Ivory, well, first of all, this is just such a beautiful piece of work, and we're so fortunate to have this kind of facility and recreational opportunities in our community. In the past couple of months, there's been significant conversation from skateboarders and their specific needs and support. I'm just wondering, in this particular part of our community plan, how would their needs or their resources enter into this at some point along the line?
Well, in one of the recommendations, we do recognize that there is a group out there that are interested in skateboarding. Currently, skateboarding is allowed on sidewalks except for in the downtown area. It's my understanding it's not allowed in the streets. the recommendation indicates that we should keep that group of users in mind in terms of, you know, how we address the use of those types of devices in the future. I guess it also relates to some of the new technologies in terms of some of the e-assist types of, whether it's scooters or skateboards, in terms of, right now there are some state laws that really prohibit the use fairly restrictively within the city. Until those are changed, we have those to abide by. But if those are changed, then that's something that we'd have to have some conversations on. So it does address that there is that population out there and we need to work with them.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further questions from council members? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you, Mr. Ivory and Ms. Ness, for your leadership. This represents a lot of work to get us to here, so thank you very much for your leadership in that. I want to also say thank you for the walk your wheels language that was used. I know that in previous council meetings that there was kind of some hearty discussion around don't ride your bike here versus please walk your wheels. And I don't think that phrase was suggested, although I see that that spirit was taken and run with, and it's lovely to see that in our community. So thank you very much for that. Two questions I have. The first is around bicycle share program. So I do see that it is mentioned a couple times in the report about kind of some short-term goals on looking at that. And I'm curious about if a dockless bike share program were to come to our community, and my understanding with that type of program is that then you'd want to have some type of communication to users of where to return the bike, even if it's dockless, like a green stripe or something like that. So if we had a bike share program that was accepted by our community, in particular this body, where in the plan, or where and how could we then stripe a sidewalk to say this is where you can put your bike here? Does this plan allow for us to be responsive to a potential project like that?
Actually, we're wrestling with those questions right now. There is a staff committee that has been put together, and we're looking at a proposal for a bike share in Eau Claire, and that'll probably be coming to the council February or March or so. We're looking at a program where a bike share vendor would be licensed with the city. And then we're looking at just those same kinds of questions in terms of how we deal with where those bikes are parked, how they're redistributed each night, and those types of things. So you'll be seeing that within the next couple months or so.
If I can follow up on that question, thank you. So even if the plan doesn't specifically say, if we have this type of bike share, then this is how we'll respond, in a few months, I guess we wouldn't be limited to, if the plan doesn't specifically call out how to address it. I'm trying to think ahead and make sure it's like, oh, well, if we would have put it in the plan now, we could have been more responsive, so.
Well, actually, this plan here has a specific recommendation regarding bike share in terms of that we need to pursue that. And I guess the discussion that we're having staff-wise is that we would have a ordinance that would outline all of these different things that you're talking about. And right now we're sitting down looking at where potential spots would be for where the bikes would be parked, where people can reserve them, where is permissible, where is not permissible. Can they be locked up to a tree, or do they have to stay within these green areas that you're referring to? Do they have to be redistributed back to these areas every evening? And those types of things. And those would all be covered in this ordinance that the council will be looking at.
I do have a different question, but I can ask it later if that's okay.
If you could wait, yeah. Are there any other questions from council on the bicycle and pedestrian plan? See none, we'll continue then.
Thank you. The second question that I have is around bicycles that get tethered up to a tree, really in response to a lack of, at times, accessible parking for folks. Is there, as I read through the plan, I didn't really answer my question that I have, so happy to take any feedback on how I can better understand this. So let's say there's a clustering of bicycles that happens on a pretty regular basis at location X in the city. How does that then get kind of identified and then a recommendation for a bicycle rack if it's outside of maybe the funding that the Advisory Bike Pedestrian Committee receives? So how does that happen, and how can council be responsive to bike clutter?
Okay. Well, a couple questions there. And I'll just take a first stab at it, but Leah's been working very closely with that. She's worked with the downtown organization, with DECI, in terms of identifying specific locations of where bicycle racks should be parked, and has been working with DECI. Some of the bike racks that are out there right now have been funded through the Rotary. Those are kind of the first wave of bikes. The next wave of bikes have been funded from through the bid. And now there is a more of a recent proposal coming forward now, where if some of the individual businesses want to have a bike rack in front of their store or in front of their business, it will be more responsive through the bid in order to get those bike racks installed. The other question you kind of were alluding to in terms of bikes that might be locked up to a tree grate or a utility pole or something like that. Leah and I had this discussion the other day in terms of what the ordinances were in terms of how long that bike could be there if it appears to be abandoned. And that's something that we're going to be taking a look at as part of this other ordinance. I don't think right now we have a real good provision in terms of the time frame of how long that bike can be locked up to that tree or that tree grate. I think what the current practice has been is that when we get a complaint on a bike that's been there for a long period of time, we'll contact the police department, and then we'll put a tag on that and allow it for like 24 hours or 48 hours to be moved. If it's not, then we'll remove it ourselves. But we want to clarify those provisions by ordinance. Leah, did you want to add anything more about the downtown bike parking?
I think Pat covered the downtown bike parking pretty good. We have worked with the business districts on identifying different priority bike rack locations. We've gone out with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and identified locations. I've worked with businesses on identifying locations of future potential bike racks. And then as bike racks were purchased, the first priority locations were placed out there. The second priority locations, we have some on Barstow Street right now. And then with the Water Street Business District, we've been working with them on, I think we have over 100 locations identified along Water Street for bike racks. We don't have those prioritized yet, but we're working on figuring out what types of bike racks and locations on those as well. Then once we have those locations identified and the racks are purchased, I go out and find the locations, draw it out, and we locate it with the businesses themselves to make sure that they're okay once they're placed.
Did that help answer your question, Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. It does. It's helpful to me. I would have maybe just a small follow-up. What happens then if a business says, neat idea, I don't want it in front of my business, even if it is a public right-of-way? Or what happens if you say, you've got, 100 locations potentially identified on Water Street, and as generous as bids are to help fund that, it surely can't keep up at like, okay, boom, here's 100 bike racks for you. So how does council then receive that information to say, hey, you know, if we had additional funding in this area, we might be able to meet this need a little bit sooner?
At this time, we've been receiving comments through the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and then also businesses coming through the business districts. And I guess to answer one of your first questions, if a business says, no, I don't want that location out there, with the priority ranking system, I've just been bumping to the next priority closest to that location so we can try and serve that need.
Councilmember Greiger, did you have a further question? Okay. Any other questions from council? Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Ivory and Ms. Ness, for all the work that went into this plan as well. We're going to then open to anyone who would like to come forward this evening to speak on agenda item number 3. Again, just to reiterate, this is our bicycle and pedestrian plan, item number 3. Is there anyone here this evening who would like to speak on it? Welcome.
Stand over here first.
Yeah,
my name is Blaine Midtune. Address is 1372 McKinley Road. Just point out on the map very quickly where the location is. This is Tower Drive here, and then this is McKinley Road. So it's something that I came to the Plan Commission last week, and Councilman Strobel.
If you could speak at the microphone,
okay.
Yeah, just so the TV can hear you.
Oh,
too.
sure. So I was at the Plan Commission meeting last week as well. To me, it seems like there may be slight confusion as to where the city and the township intersect and where they meet. It's McKinley School is the cutoff. That's northbound on McKinley Road past McKinley School is then township. Southbound on McKinley Road is City of Eau Claire. So the concern that I have and the concern that is shared by some of the parents in the school at McKinley and Northwoods, as well as some of the staff at McKinley Charter School, is McKinley Charter School has been there at least 15 years. In those 15 years, there are 0 pedestrian crossing signs. There are 0 signs showing that that school is actually a school, and it's present. In front of Northwoods Elementary, for instance, there are 5. There are 5 school signs showing that it's a school, and there are kids present. These are minor children that go to school at McKinley School, and there's no signs. Something else that I think is probably priority number 1 is the speed limit along McKinley Road. It's 35 miles an hour along McKinley Road, and it's a residential neighborhood. And there are no sidewalks. It's just shoulders on the side of the road. So we have bicycle traffic with children. They're going to Northwoods Elementary School. We also have walkers that go to McKinley Charter School. There are also teachers that walk to school at Northwoods Elementary School. And with 35 mile an hour speed limits along McKinley Road, I'm not sure how many other people drive the speed limit, but that is very few and far between. I believe that people are actually going a maximum of 35 miles an hour on that road, and we have children present. For instance, my wife and I, we have 3 children, twin girls that are 7 and an 8-year-old son who catch the bus right in front of our home. And we've actually witnessed on multiple occasions where vehicles have actually gone through the stopped school bus lights. One major reason for that is McKinley Hill, if anybody has been in that area. It's a very tricky hill. It's a blind hill, and as vehicles are coming southbound on McKinley Road, you have seconds to respond before coming to the bottom of the hill where McKinley School is. And I want to say about 25 years ago or so, I would imagine to be the township, since it's north of McKinley School, actually did road work and renovations on that hill and actually decreased the height of McKinley Hill because it is a dangerous hill. There are signs showing and saying that there are dangerous driveways. Yet we have a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on that road with not one but two Eau Claire public schools on that street. So, and according to the map, I thank you, Leah and Pat, for having this as a spot of concern and something that you're going to be looking at on the west side of McKinley Road, heading northbound towards McKinley School. As you come off of Birch Street and the River Prairie intersection, there are sidewalks on the left-hand side, on the west side of McKinley Road, that stretch to the Birch Street Plaza, I believe it's called, and they end there. And then it's between there and Seymour Road that there are no sidewalks, and then again from Seymour Road all the way up past Northwoods Elementary, but there are sidewalks coming in on Seymour Road, teeing up with McKinley School. But I guess that's my main concern. I've also talked to the principal at McKinley School. I brought a packet of information last week, and I'm not sure if anybody has seen that information, but in there I had a hand-drawn map, kind of an elementary-looking map, kind of showing some of the speed limits and that kind of thing. Another point that I want to make very quickly on speed limits, I believe McKinley School is the only school in the district with speed limits exceeding 30 miles an hour at its front entrance. I'm unaware of any other school in the district that has speed limits of 35 miles an hour with 0 sidewalks in front of its doors. I think that alone, I think, is pretty eye-opening for hopefully most of you. The speed is just too much on that street, I believe. And again, it's a residential neighborhood, and somebody that drives Galloway Street pretty much every day, that we have 30 miles an hour on Galloway, where I want to say maybe 5 homes towards downtown, but McKinley Road with 2 trailer parks in a dense population, semi-dense population, I suppose, in that area, we have 35 mile an hour speed limits. But that's all I have. If anybody has any questions for me, I feel like I'm an expert in this area. My family has actually lived in this location since the mid-40s. My mother grew up in this home. She actually recalls as a child writing, sorry if this is going on and on. But
You just came to the end of your 5 minutes.
all right, there we go. Thank you. But yeah, thank you.
Could I ask, the packets that you referenced, did those go to the, oh, perfect.
Excellent.
Okay. If I could ask, do council members have follow-up questions at all regarding testimony that we just heard on McKinley? I found it to be very helpful, so thank you for coming down. Any questions? I see none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak about potential changes, thoughts, input on the bicycle and pedestrian plan? Anyone else here this evening to speak on the plan? Seeing none, I want to just thank the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee as well as Ms. Ness and Mr. Ivory for all their work on this plan. I know a lot goes into it, and you think about how far our community has come really in the last 10, 20 years and how much progress we've made on this issue. It's incredible. So I just want to thank you again for your work on these important issues. With that, we'll close and move into our public discussions. First up is regarding pawnbrokers. This is a public discussion. Item number 4 is a public discussion on an ordinance amending Chapter 5.04, the City Code of Ordinances, entitled Pawnbrokers. Our City Attorney Hofer is going to present on this issue this evening.
Thank you. What you have in front of you is the result of a collaborative process between the police department and local secondhand businesses that has taken well over a year. You may be aware our pawn ordinance was first passed in 2003 and was recently amended in 2016 to expand some of the requirements for pawnbrokers to other secondhand businesses in the city of Eau Claire. The current amendment look to expand some of the opportunities for the police department to utilize investigatory tools to address some of the theft-related crime we have in our city, while at the same time lessening the burden on local businesses, and tried to find opportunities for win-win results where local businesses would have less burdens and the police would be able to better investigate theft-related crimes, particularly understanding, and you probably looked at the proposed ordinance in front of you, the City Council has recognized for many years the inability to track stolen items through secondhand businesses without some regulation. And so recognizing that the City Council has said regulation is needed, the city police department has worked with local businesses to try and find opportunities to more effectively and efficiently use these tools while also allowing businesses to be less burdened. And so what you have in front of you, I can give you a summary of some of the main points. For a long time, the electronic reporting platform, the exclusive electronic reporting platform allowed under the ordinance was a platform called APS, which is run by the city of Minneapolis. While that platform was probably pretty cutting edge and efficient in 2003, over time there have been other platforms that are more efficient and less time consuming for businesses, and also provide more opportunities for the police department to view photos and other information remotely, which would allow them to investigate theft-related crimes more efficiently without having to do an in-person visit to stores. With that, one of the first major items that's being amended today is, instead of having APS as the exclusive electronic reporting platform, the ordinance will allow any electronic platform approved by the chief of police or his designee to be used by a local business. You may, looking at tomorrow's business agenda, you may see that one of the items on the business agenda is approval of a contract with Leads Online. That currently will be the only electronic platform that's approved by the police department. I understand there's been, looking at some of the communications provided to the City Council, there's been some concerns about whether or not this provides too much discretion to the police department and does it open up for abuse. I'd point out in making this change, you see I think the Leads Online example is instructive in that contract still has to go through the City Council and provides a check on that discretion. As part of the process, and we had a meeting with area businesses over a year ago, explaining some of our concerns and some of the opportunities the police department wanted to explore regarding expanding some of the requirements in the pawnbroker ordinance, and then had a series of individual meetings with businesses so that they could show us how some of those requirements would work in practice. One of the pieces of feedback that we got was currently in the ordinance there is a per transaction fee. Every time there's a secondhand transaction that's undertaken by a business, they would assess a fee and then have to do all kinds of bookkeeping related steps to keep track of all those fees, and then that was burdensome. And one of the requests we received from businesses during this process was to move from a per transaction fee to a flat transaction fee to try and give them predictability as far as costs. The request was to make that transaction fee, that flat transaction fee, billed on a quarterly basis. And that's one of the things we've added to the ordinance. I would add that with the exception of one secondhand business in town, the flat transaction fee will lower the cost for every other business in the community. I do understand, and that the one business that the fee does increase for actually owns another business which the fee will be lower for, and between the two might be lower. I recognize it's probably not terribly comforting to the the business that has the increased fee, but we did look as a city at how the time that would be saved with this new electronic platform to city staff, how we could turn over that time saved into lower costs for business, and the city actually is going to be taking in less money in transaction fees than it had previously, again, to correlate with the saved time for city staff on these matters. Additionally, the definition of secondhand articles was narrowed to follow the state statute. A previous amendment had broadened the definition, which provided more opportunities for reporting, but in our work with local businesses, we discovered that the burdens of that additional reporting likely outweighed the benefits to those businesses, and so we have narrowed the definition of secondhand articles. There are additional reporting requirements that have been added for secondhand jewelry dealers that will track closer to the requirements for pawnbrokers. Additionally, though, you may see the holding periods for secondhand articles are reduced if the businesses take certain steps. So, for example, most secondhand items would have to be held for 30 days unless an electronic record is kept. If a photo is taken, the holding period is 21 days. If the photo is taken and uploaded onto Leads Online or some other electronic platform, the holding period is reduced to 7 days. One of the pieces of feedback we got from businesses was that it was financially burdensome to have the longer holding period, and that if there was a way of shortening the holding period, that would create less stress, because the longer they hold onto pieces of property, the more they have to extend their line of credit potentially. The slower the turnaround on those items is, the less profitable their business becomes. Having said that, we understand that as soon as an item leaves the store, if we don't have a photograph of that item, it may be difficult to confirm whether the item in question was the stolen item that the police are looking for or not. And so, additionally, the Wisconsin state statute provides for a 21-day holding period, and the statute expressly prohibits local communities from having requirements that are less strict than the state statute. You'll see in the amended ordinance, what we've done is essentially reduce the holding period, but with an additional requirement. And so, as part of the ordinance, the City Council will be making a finding that having to take and upload a picture for the reduced holding period is as strict as the state statute. And I think, again, the police department feels they'll have just as much investigatory benefit with the shorter holding period in the uploaded photograph as if the item was being held for that period of time. And local businesses have said that, again, that provides an economic benefit to them. That said, I think, I'll just make one comment that I was very happy with the constructive nature of the process. I think local businesses offered a lot of very valuable constructive criticism. I think the police department throughout this process made a lot of steps. We had two large group meetings with area businesses and many in-person meetings with local businesses to try and get their input. And although I know many of these businesses would rather there not be any regulation at all, and I understand that and view any regulation as a burden, and I understand that. I think we did try to the extent possible to find a consensus and win-win solutions on these matters. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have on the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Attorney Hofer. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Thank you for this presentation and for having what sounds like some very fruitful and constructive conversations across the, with police, with the city, with business owners. That can be so challenging to get all those constituencies on board. One constituency, which I didn't hear you mention, was people that might use pawn shops, who might be pawning items. Were those people part of those conversations, or people who are getting loans from pawn shops part of the conversation?
No, and I don't believe any of these changes will impact that part of their business. I'd note, in looking at the ordinance, there is for example, a consignment exception to the holding periods, so that the holding periods don't apply to consigned items. I don't believe in any of their other financial transactions will be impacted by any of the proposed changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Thank you, Mr. Hofer. Could you give an example of how the fee structure currently is, and now if the flat fee is adopted, what that looks like?
Sure. Right now, and Deputy Chief Rokas may be able to help with this question too. My understanding is there's a $1.90 fee for every second-hand transaction. And so, depending upon the number of transactions that a business has, that's something they have to collect, and then remit, and then keep track of over the course of a year. We have the ability to see how many transactions occur through APS as well. But one of the big pieces of feedback we got was that this was time-consuming and burdensome. There was a pretty broad consensus that if we were going to have a fee, and I understand many of the businesses would prefer no fee whatsoever, that it be a flat transaction fee. What you have in front of you is a flat transaction fee of $1,250 per quarter. Again, that was based on a number of different financial analysis. This is done by the police department staff, trying to project an amount that would be fair, that would be uniform. There was discussions about whether or not to try and have tiers based on volume. A number of the businesses that we spoke to during this process said they would prefer just a concrete flat transaction fee and to try and keep it as low as we could. I would say, again, understanding with one exception, every business in the city of Eau Claire will be spending less under this fee structure than under the prior fee structure. And I'm not sure if that completely answers your question, Councilmember Emanuel, or not.
Does that answer the question, Councilmember?
It does. I guess so I would have a follow-up question on how does this work if you have a business? That fee makes sense to me if you're selling jewelry, you're selling maybe stereo equipment or a video game system, or a little bit higher end items. What about when somebody's selling a pair of socks for $1.50 or a pair of shoes for a 2-year-old?
It's a good question, and I think if I understand part of your question too is the thought that what does this fee, who pays this fee? Currently, only pawnbrokers have a transaction fee, and that will stay the same under the current amendment in front of you. There have been discussions in future years about expanding that fee, expanding some kind of fee to secondhand jewelry dealers as well, for some of the same reasons that there's a fee for pawnbrokers. But on general secondhand article transactions outside of the pawn context, there aren't any transaction fees currently. So if you go to a secondhand bookstore or other similar businesses like that outside the pawn context and engage in a secondhand transaction, that business is not paying a fee either per transaction, is not paying a per transaction fee for that transaction.
If I could ask a question, and I think this is for Attorney Hofer as well. What I see that this has been in the works for a year. What sort of initiated the work on this?
Sure. This largely was initiated in the police department, seeking to improve the ways they can investigate theft-related crimes in the city of Eau Claire. I think it's no secret that we have a drug problem, particularly meth, in our community, and certainly theft-related crimes are a way that many people that are struggling with addiction seek to support their addiction. Additionally, because we are the only community in the region with pawn shops, there are people that come in from outside of the community and pawn or sell secondhand items, in the city of Eau Claire. And there's a great deal of time and expense undertaken by the police department, not only on Eau Claire-related crimes, but assisting other jurisdictions with their theft-related crimes. And so it began as how can we, as a city, more efficiently use our resources to address some of these problems, and how do we partner with local businesses so that the City of Eau Claire Police Department can do it in a more effective way, while also, potentially making things easier for local businesses. And so the idea was, started with the City of Eau Claire Police Department exploring ways they could do things better, but wanted to collaborate with local businesses so that everybody who had skin in the game could be a voice in what we were doing. And I will say some of the changes you see in the ordinance in front of you were not something that initially were thought of, but were part of this collaborative process between local businesses. And many were based on suggestions that local businesses made during this process.
That's helpful. Thank you. Council members have additional questions on this, on these ordinance changes? I see none. We're going to open up this item for public comment then, or is anyone here this evening to welcome? Come forward. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Keith Dillinger. I'm one of the owners of CNC Pawnbrokers and Mino Money Street Pawn and Loan. I'd like to start out by thanking the police department and the city attorney's office for including us in the collaborative effort to come to this ordinance. As far as the procedural stuff goes, we do not base any objection towards Leads Online. In fact, we suggested it back in 2003 when they originally did the pawnbroker ordinance. We suggested Leads Online. We've always been for it. Our issue comes down to the fee. One of my stores, CNC Pawn, is one of the ones with is the one that the fee would actually be going up. It's also noted that the secondhand dealers are not included in the fee structure. They do not have to pay. It was brought up that they would use this first year to find out how much volume that they're taking in, to figure out how much they're going to charge, or the city would charge them. Of course, that's not mentioned, but I guess I don't know what happened to that. Right now, having three pawn shops in Eau Claire right now would be the only ones paying for Leads Online or whatever the pawnbroker ordinance decides to use. I think that places a little bit of an unfair burden on pawn shops, and I guess I'd like to see that spread out a little bit, preferably on a volume basis for the smaller shops. Larger shops can absorb that $5,000 a year. Smaller shops like my downtown store, it's in a slower area as far as what we do in volume. That does provide a burden for us. I don't know if they included if like video game stores, secondhand video game stores are included. Do you know? I guess I'm not sure.
Included in what
like video, like GameStop or Gaming Generations. They buy and sell used video games. As far as I know, they're in the city of Eau Claire, but they are definitely hitting the threshold, I would think, for transactions. I don't know if they were included. So my question would be, would they be included in it, and would they be expected to shoulder part of the financial burden? I guess I'm just more concerned with being put on an even playing field. I know that the state does not require, or the amount of transaction or percentage of business does not include shields, for instance, although they buy and sell more used guns than we do. Gander, or what do they call it? Gander Outdoors now, same thing. I guess that's my main concern. So I guess if anybody has any questions, I can answer them, but otherwise I'm good.
Does anyone have any questions this evening? I guess I do have one. How often, I'm trying to get a feeling for this, how often does something come up where you're working with our police department to try and track down items or figure that out? Is that often?
In various, it kind of seems to go in streaks, really. Yeah, we work hand in hand with the police department. I've been known personally to, I'll call, I have our current liaison, Detective Cavney, I've got him, I've got his cell number. I've been known to take a picture and send it to him, be like, hey, are you looking for this?
Is it a weekly thing, would you say?
I wouldn't say weekly, maybe, monthly. It's really not that often given the amount of stuff that we have come through.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? I don't see any this time. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else here this evening to speak on changes to the pawnbroker ordinance this evening? Anyone else here speak on that? I see no one with that desire. We will move then to item number 5. This is a public discussion on an ordinance amending Table 8 entitled Parking Prohibited of our Code of Ordinances in the City of Eau Claire. Mr. Solberg.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and the City Council. We have 3 proposed ordinance changes for parking, Table 8 entitled Parking Prohibited this evening. The first 2 are related to individual streets with specific safety concerns or operational concerns. The first one is Mondovi Road on the city's southwest side. It's located between Craig Road and Short Street. Here's Highway 37 right here. The proposed parking restriction on Mondovi Road addresses limited travel lane widths and reports of safety concerns for travel movements. We've had an adjacent business report that with the industrial nature of the traffic in the area, it becomes very difficult for large semi-vehicles and other large trucks to traverse through the area that is in question for the parking restriction. On this map here, you can see it's in industrial nature, lots of large single unit trucks and semis going through the area. And the problem that is presented is a 36-foot wide street, very narrow for an industrial area. And these curves are quite tight, so navigating these curves along with these driveways that service where the trucks come and deliver and leave make it extremely difficult to safely get through there with 2 vehicles meeting at once. Here is an example of one of the curves here where you can get 1 vehicle through safely, 1 large vehicle, but 2 vehicles becomes a bit of a constriction. We were approached with this issue from adjacent property owners. We sent notices out to all of the adjacent property owners to the area in question with the proposed ordinance change. We have not heard anything back, or I have not heard anything back personally from any of the adjacent property owners, either for or against the proposed ordinance change with the parking. Any questions on the first one? Okay, and then the second parking ordinance change is for LaSalle Street on the city's north side, and it is LaSalle Street from, there we go, it is LaSalle Street from Abbey Hill Drive to the east to Hillside Drive on the south side of LaSalle Street. It's a narrow street. It's 30 feet wide, plus there is a considerable hill to go up as you drive. Here is a picture illustrating the concern that was brought to us from a property owner in the area, showing 2 cars parked at that location. 1 car can barely get through, and if this was in a residential neighborhood, it would be a little bit safer. If it was flat and horizontal, you could tuck into a driveway. There's 2 driveways on this portion of road, so there isn't a heavy residential demand for parking. But coupled with the hill, your ability to see in advance of oncoming traffic, if it is fully parked on both sides, creates a safety concern. We are supportive of that restriction for the safety concern on this portion. So again, here is the map for LaSalle Street. With that, I'll take any questions on this second one. And LaSalle Street is 30 feet face to face, so it is quite narrow for a through route.
Thank you. Did you send out notifications to the neighbors in this area as well?
Yes, we sent out notifications to all of the adjacent property owners, even the ones whose driveways come out onto Hillside Drive, and I did not receive any feedback from any of the property owners, and this was brought forward by one adjacent property owner to have us examine.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, the third parking ordinance change proposed for this evening is for changes to the street designated snow event exception table in the heavily parked Third Ward neighborhood. So I will go through and best describe this as I can, and I think questions will help clarify after I get through the presentation. But the proposed ordinance changes to the street designated snow event exception table are to better clarify parking which is allowed on the restricted side of the street during declared snow events. The proposed additional streets are located in highly parked areas of the Third Ward neighborhood. Streets having one side designated as no parking at any time will have an exception during declared snow events. This exception will allow alternate side parking on the no parking side of the street during the snow event. And there is a supplemental sign underneath the no parking at any time sign that states currently except when alternate side parking is in effect, which helps. The intent was to help clarify the exception. There has been some confusion with the supplemental signing, but basically all of the streets that you see highlighted in either black or red have one side of their street that has a sign that appears like this, no parking at any time. So when we go into a snow event, what the exceptions allow is for cars when the alternate side parking requirements for a snow event prohibit parking on the side opposite from the side that the sign is on. The exception allows cars to park on the opposite side of the street during that 72-hour snow event on those days that are appropriate to park on that side in accordance with the alternate side parking. So if this sign was on an odd side of the street, parking was prohibited on the even side where you would normally park, you would be able to park on the odd side as long as this sign was in effect. So when the alternate side parking was modified a few years ago, the routes or the streets in black were granted this exception to allow those narrow streets the ability to flip-flop during a snow event. So it snows, city crews have to get out and park. On those days when our alternate side parking requirements would not allow you to park on the free side of the street, you would have to park somewhere else throughout the neighborhood. So the red routes or the red streets are the streets that would be granted the exception in the table with the proposed change tonight. And it would help our enforcement efforts in the Third Ward, because all streets that are narrow, that have parking restrictions on one side in a snow event would operate the same. You would have that flip-flop ability during a snow event to park on the opposite side, to park on the parking prohibited side if this sign were listed. We have received feedback that the wording of the sign, or the supplemental sign, seems to lead people on the streets to believe that they would be able to park on this side the entire time when alternate side parking is in effect, and it's created some confusion with some double parking. So we are exploring alternate language that we could keep the message succinct, easy to understand, but get the message across that you can park on this side of the street when it's consistent with the alternate side component. That'll take any questions.
Councilmember Beaton.
So can you put the map back up?
Sure.
So I'm understanding correct. These extra signs that say except for alternate side, except for when alternate side parking is in effect, were on those black and red roads.
They're currently on the black roads.
Okay.
The proposal tonight would add them to the red roads, and then they would all operate together. But all of the black and red roads have the parking prohibited at all times on one side of the road or the other.
So in this proposal, we're looking at adding those extra red roads and changing the signage?
And then with the supplemental signage underneath, trying to message it to be more clear for understanding. One challenge is we have a new group every year to educate with the students that aren't familiar with it, as opposed to a neighborhood. So we have a challenge with trying to make it as clear and direct as possible. The ordinance change tonight does not contain language for that supplemental sign, so the ordinance change could be made and is recommended to be made tomorrow to make it consistent, and then we will work to try and make with our enforcement personnel to make it something that's enforceable and it's clear to understand. We have some draft ideas, and then we're just, if the ordinance passes, we're working on furthering those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and thank you, Mr. Solberg, for working through these challenges in the neighborhood. I guess I wanted to clarify that the intent here is to only have, only choose streets for this that have parking on one side still allowed. Is that correct?
Correct. That's where it's removed from one table, and then those routes that are removed from one table that allow parking on one side are moved into the other table that allows basically the flip-flop or the alternate side parking on the prohibited side during a snow event.
I guess I might have a follow-up to that.
Sure.
I just after reviewing every block that is proposed here, I believe that this would be something to double check. But I believe that the block Wilson Street between Gilbert and Summit does not allow parking on either side right now. So that I want to see if we need to amend that, but just maybe something to double check out there, because just in my experience in the neighborhood, I don't believe there's parking allowed at all.
Okay, thanks for that, Councilmember. Any further questions regarding this plan? I see none. There's another section though, right?
Those were the parking.
Sections 2 and 3 are, both. Wonderful. Thank you again. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on these changes? Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Mary Mickle, and I live at 330 Bartlett Court. Strangely enough, my house faces two streets. The other one is Roosevelt. And last Wednesday, when I awakened and looked out my Roosevelt windows, I was quite astounded because that 300 block of Roosevelt has parking on only one side of the street. But on Wednesday, we had parking on both sides of the street. I couldn't quite figure it out at first, so I did call and found out that we still did have that snow alert, or whatever they call it, in effect. So the police did come down and ticket the cars in the 300 block of Roosevelt. I don't know if they gave those cars a warning or a ticket, but one way or the other, those people were informed of what they needed to know about alternate parking. When I went out a few hours later, I noticed that none of the cars on the wrong side of the Roosevelt block had been ticketed, and none of the cars on the wrong side of Wilson, about a 2-block section of Wilson, had been ticketed. So I called again. Now, when I make these calls, I'm calling a phone number, not 911, and I think I am talking to a dispatcher. So I had a conversation that resulted in the dispatcher informing me that they had only one ticketing vehicle for the entire city. And I found that very hard to believe. But when I questioned it further, I was told, yes, that's all they allow us. So I, of course, had to ask who's they. and I was told it's the city council. So one reason I'm here tonight, and I do understand your budgeting function, and I would be, I could easily believe that the police department makes decisions as to where they allocate their money. Nonetheless, I'm here because I do want to applaud the suggestion about more signage, given what I saw on a block with too narrow for parking on both sides, especially when the snowbanks begin to build up later in the winter, and that's a block down which our school bus goes as well. So it really is of interest to me and to the neighborhood that we do everything we can to see that we get the parking that we want, which is best for everyone, without taking money away from college students for whom it can be a disaster. I'm not certain, but I think those tickets are either $30 or $35. Actually, if you picked up 2 of those in a semester, it might be cheaper to buy the university parking ticket. At any rate, I think this is an excellent plan, but I do think we're being naive if we think it's going to operate on some kind of an honor system. If we aren't going to provide some enforcement, especially early in the year, then I don't know but what I'll be seeing the same scene again in a year or two on the 300 block of Roosevelt. I do believe also that in keeping with what was done a number of years ago, when we went to the 30-foot setbacks by corners and the 8-foot setbacks by driveways, that we could do something like that again, and it might be helpful. And that we did things like tents on all of the tables in the student union, making them aware of what these new parking regulations were. I think the Third Ward Neighborhood Association could perhaps work with the university on that. But I think that we have to realize, though we do a lot now, that we have many university students who don't listen to local radio, they don't watch local TV, they don't subscribe to the Leader Telegram, and thus I think that suggests to me that the university itself has to perhaps assume a more positive role in trying to get information out to students. So those, I think, were my principal points, and the one is enforcement. By the way, if a car is parked illegally and the snowplows are going to come through, I think it would also be good if those cars were removed. It really creates havoc on some of our narrower streets when the plows simply go around a parked car, and then that mess is left in the streets until, well, thawing and freezing makes it even worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your suggestions as well. Anyone, is there any council member that would like to follow up with a question for Ms. Mickle? I don't see any. Thank you again. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to speak? Welcome forward.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Excuse me, got a little bit of a cold here. Mr. Solberg. Josh Box, my wife Heidi and I own Box Sanitation, 3010 Mondovi Road here in Eau Claire. Mr. Solberg, I'm going to go pawing through your lovely diagrams here. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Got it. Got it. There's the one I'm after. Just want to address the no parking ban or the no parking that we're talking about implementing on Mondovi Road. Just for reference, Box Sanitation is here. Wait, where's this? There. Okay, it's all right. Switching over. Okay, now everybody's on. Yeah. Got it. Box Sanitation is here. This is Phillips Medisize. The Chippewa Valley Technical College, the diesel program is here. The five brothers, Jim and Ray, who own Student Transit, are down here. They have an additional lot that they use for some of their bus storage down here. This area here is G&K and Cintas. This is Sinart. And then down the road you have Veolia Environmental Services. All of these businesses in this industrial park run tractor trailers. So we all run 53-foot tractor trailers. The issue came about with this property here. These are tenant and rentable spaces. What had happened here is that we have a tenant that had moved in and they have temporary employment. So they may have, at any given day, you may have 25 or 30 employees there. And that's how you end up with this. So this area here is this side right here would be that corner. So what I'm asking is to please consider also putting a parking ban in effect on both sides of the street. So because what would happen for us specifically is that turning into our driveway, which would be this area, with the tractor trailer being the additional length, you need, and I think Mr. Solberg alluded to it, being a fairly narrow street for an industrial area, you actually need to swing farther to the right in order to get into the driveway. So that's all I would ask of that, is to consider putting the parking ban on both sides of Mondovi Road, and perhaps wrapping it around Arbor Court. As you can see here, you can actually see the dock, the loading docks for Phillips Medisize are right off of Arbor Court. So if you put anything on these corners, driving a tractor trailer, they tend to pinch around corners. So that would be it. Does anyone have questions for me on that?
Councilmember Anderson.
Thanks for coming and speaking tonight. My
No
question
problem.
is just, so you had an image of the parking.
Let's find it. Let's find it.
Yes.
Here we go. That one?
Yes. Are there other spaces nearby where those people could park?
Well, that's a great question. You know what the answer is to that? No.
Okay.
And that's why it became an issue. The excuse me. This property, it has 4 individual tenants in it, and the parking spaces are limited. And I do understand that. I do feel for these folks. I had suggested, that they go over there is, can we see it on here? Yes. This is an empty parking lot. If you were to go, I don't know how far this will go down, right? Let's see. If you were to go further this way, does that work? That would be the corner of Short Street and Highway 37, and that would be your big white Best Western Hotel. This is their property. This is all their property. But it is a large open lot, and I'd suggested maybe, hey, go over, they don't really use it for a whole lot. Go over and ask them, hey, do you mind when I have, employees work on a temporary basis? Do you mind if we put their cars there and then they can just, jog across the street here and that's all good? And it kind of fell on deaf ears. But that is part of the issue, and I do feel for them. They are a moving company. You can see, they've got a U-Haul van. They will rent U-Hauls and move folks. That's their primary business. So these folks that they're hiring are the temporary movers for the day, whatever jobs they're doing and whatnot. So, that's it.
Does that help answer your question, Councilmember
Yeah,
Anderson?
if I could just ask one follow-up.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm asking you questions about someone else's business. So.
Hey, fire off. I mean,
So if they're a moving company, and so people leave their cars there all day and then go off together in rented moving vans, is that their business model?
Yeah. So the cars are, they're parked, they're stationary for, 8 to 10 hours, sometimes overnight, because they'll move someone out of state. So sometimes overnight, sometimes, and it's just, it creates it's a pinch point, and those curves are, this one's a little, I would use the term sketchy. There's a guardrail right here, and then it just drops off. So that one's, fairly concerning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, no, I mean, I was just, wondering, if part of their business model is, vehicles that are collecting people, if there might be, as you're suggesting, another parking point. Where
Unfortunately, I don't see in this, with the space that they're in, there isn't enough space for them to park there. So
That's helpful. Any other questions for Mr. Box at this time? I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on the proposed parking changes, parking prohibited in our ordinances? Anyone else here to speak this evening? Seeing none, we will move then to item number 6 on our agenda. This is a discussion around street vacations, namely discussion on a resolution vacating a portion of Schwenk. Is it Schwenk Street?
Schwenk Street, yes.
From Councilmember Gregor, from 50 feet west of Welsh Court to 20 feet from the top of the bank of the Chippewa River. Mr. Solberg?
Yep. Okay, so this right-of-way is located north of the North Crossing. Here is the display that was in your packet. North Crossing right-of-way is shown in this location here. This is Dells Pond, Chippewa River, Welsh Court. The dashed lines are where it is discontinued with the Highway 312 North Crossing project. Here is an aerial showing the pink property, or the pink parcel is the parcel being proposed to be vacated. So in October of 2018, WISDOT deeded a portion of the right-of-way on Schwenk Street to the city of Eau Claire. We had received a petition from an adjacent property owner at this location to vacate a portion or all of the Schwenk Street right-of-way that was deeded over to the city of Eau Claire. The city of Eau Claire is bringing forward and supporting the right-of-way vacation in the area that's pink. We are proposing to maintain a corridor 20 feet back from the top of bank along the river for the potential of, at some day in the future, possibly having a trail that would connect to the trail that goes along the North Crossing here. If that were to go under the bridges along these parcels, this is Riverview Park right here. So at some point in the future, there may be the possibility of connecting Riverview Park with the trail that goes underneath the bridges. The rest of this pink property would go back to the adjacent property owner to go on back on the tax rolls and help enlarge that parcel. And the remaining portion of the vacation in this location would allow, if a sidewalk were added someday on the Welsh Court, would allow for a connection to a possible future trail. So we don't have plans right now for either of those, but this does preserve the possibility for us to add those in the future. The proposed street vacation would not impact any current or future utility and transportation needs of the city. A companion resolution tomorrow will be presented to the council to eliminate the utility easement in this area. With that, I'll take any questions.
Council members have any questions on this vacation? I see none. Then, is there anyone here that would like to speak on this specific item, Schwenk Street vacation from Welsh Court to the top of the Chippewa River? Anyone here this evening to speak? I see none. We will move then to item number 7. This is a public discussion on a resolution vacating a portion of Gibson Street from Graham Ave to the Chippewa River. Mr. Solberg.
Okay, the second street vacation for the evening is for Gibson Street from Graham Avenue to the Chippewa River. Here is the map that was in your council packets. The city received a petition to vacate the referenced right-of-way. The legal description does include the entire parcel down to the Chippewa River, so it starts at Graham Avenue, terminates at the Chippewa River. The Pablo Center is to the north, and there are lots to the south. A condition of the proposed vacation is that the parcel that's highlighted in pink here be deeded back to the city for use for the Riverwalk. The area denoted with the dashed red line are our easement limits to build the Riverwalk next spring. The end of Gibson Street would remain in ownership of the city and would be used for the Riverwalk Trail and a possible node overlook in the future. Along with the street vacation, a visual and utility and public access easement would be retained by the city of Eau Claire for both the general public and city maintenance crews to maintain access to the river and the multi-use trail along the river bank. The Plan Commission has reviewed the proposed vacation and recommended approval, and the Waterways and Parks Commission has reviewed the proposed vacation and recommends approval as well. Staff will recommends postponement of taking action on the item from tomorrow to a point in the future. We have a number of easements that we're just looking to wrap up and make sure both parties have the proper time to review those easements that would accompany the vacation.
Thank you. Council members have questions on this item? Council member Strobel.
Thank you. I wasn't really prepared to ask too many since I did see that it was being asked to be postponed, but can you explain the visual and access easements that are included?
So the access easements, the access first is for the entire footprint. We had initially sought to keep an access easement. So pedestrians on Graham Avenue with a redone Graham Avenue as well as Gibson Street would be able to both see with the visual easement or visual restrictions. So the north side of the Gibson Street right-of-way does have a loading dock that is there. So it doesn't have a building, but it does have the loading dock goes down, and then there's screening that goes up. This point here is roughly on the center line of Gibson Street. This was an encroachment that was granted in the past to support the Pablo Center. Along this corridor, there aren't such structures at this point in time. So that's one item that we would like, why we're recommending postponement on voting on this, to work on what that visual easement looks like for this corridor. So when you're walking on Gibson Street, you're able to look down the corridor. You're able to see what could be a node, it could be a piece of art or something at the end of it. But you can clearly see that when you're on Graham Avenue and you're walking, that you have the ability to walk through the right-of-way to access our trail along the side there. Likely it would be a sidewalk type feature. We're not looking at like a trail like we have in Haymarket Plaza. It would depend largely on what this construction of this building would be in the future development.
I can follow up on that. So the south one half of that area would be an easement for the city and public access, so people could walk down there and ride their bikes. Would there be traffic on there? Would there be parking there?
There wouldn't be parking. There would be the request to have vehicular traffic so we could maintain it with our community services toolcats or plowing equipment if they had to access the trail. What I would envision a similar location. We have a 15-foot easement along the Haymarket Landing building on the Eau Claire River. We don't own that behind the railing. We were granted an easement. So that sidewalk that's right behind the railing that starts at Barstow Street and ends at Haymarket Plaza, that's a public access easement that we have there. I would anticipate, and we just have standard concrete in there, looks like a sidewalk in there. We don't have the pavers. I would anticipate this would be something similar that would get us down to maybe an overlook, a piece of art, bike sculpture, something at the node that would be, that would set it off, that has been mentioned in many of our different plans throughout the city. Whether there be artwork that would go above, that would draw your sight above, what is a nice looking loading dock as far as loading docks go, but we'd want to have something maybe that would be a little bit nicer to look at through there. We just don't want it to look like you're going down an abandoned alley. That would have septic concerns and wouldn't be the kind of experience that we would want people to walk through on here.
Does it help answer your question?
Yes.
Councilmember Gregor?
Okay, Acting President Worthman. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. I was wondering, I may have missed this, but is that easement that would provide bike and pedestrian and utility vehicle access, or would it include utility vehicles that are owned by the city?
Yeah, our intent would be maintenance vehicles if we had to plow the trail, and say we weren't able to get toolcats or small vehicles that would plow the trail in the event of a snow and they can't get through Haymarket Plaza, they would be able to come down, or if there's snow removal operations that need to occur, that this would be at least an option. I'm not sure if it would be the first option, but it would be an option to maintain the trail.
Okay. Would the easement be plowed by the city then on a regular basis as if it's a trail, or would that be the responsibility of the property owner?
I think the specific responsibility for that snow removal would be something that we're trying to work out with the final draft of the easement, and what that visual would look like, what satisfies our need, what would work with the property owner that is requesting it. So we'll have further details when we submit it for action.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beat? Oh, okay. Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I know that it's unclear as to what the project will be to the south there with the developer. And it was unclear at the Plan Commission and at the Waterways as far as whether or not potentially there could be a private drive off of that Gibson into the development. Is that right?
Yeah, and I know I see the petitioner is in the audience that could answer better. One thought that I had, from an engineering perspective, if you have half the right-of-way, do you have a widened sidewalk along the side, and you could have a drive, and possibly you would be able to access your underground parking from within the vacated right-of-way and have your public access go over the top of it at the end of it, would be an option. I'm not sure what the use would be, But that would be one benefit that this vacation would offer for that, to have a little bit better control for that, for them. Others would be setbacks with property lines versus right-of-way lines, although in the downtown, I don't think setbacks are an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Will there be a resolution drafted tomorrow for council with a recommended date of when this should be postponed until?
Manager Peters?
We certainly could. I guess we hadn't talked to a specific date.
Yeah, we hadn't had a chance to talk about that today, but yes, it would be, we don't want to postpone it indefinitely. We'd like to give you a date certain. I can't tell you what that is right now. Sorry.
Will we know tomorrow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you, Mr. Solberg. I'd like to talk about the north side now, next to the Pablo Center, because right now, it's an encroachment and a loading zone, and it's subject to loading zone requirements, parking requirements, no parking requirements. If that is vacated and it goes to the Pablo, what restrictions on use would there be, if any, or could it be a parking lot? What do we know could happen or might happen there?
I guess as far as parking restrictions go, once this street right now is under our current downtown parking restrictions. It has 2-hour parking. It's still in the tables for that, although it's very impaired with construction equipment. Those parking restrictions would, in effect, cease because it would be private property. Our 2-hour parking only applies to the right-of-way, so they would be able to. They wouldn't be under the city parking restrictions for parking into a loading dock. I'm not sure, to be honest, I'm not sure if our community development for loading, it would, in my opinion, as the engineer, it would be similar to a loading dock at a grocery store or at a retail facility where you have loading docks on the side of buildings or on the back of that. I'm not sure what ordinances frankly govern how long something sits there. If a car is parked, if this was treated as a driveway for your house, you could have your car parked on your driveway for your house as long as need be.
So more than likely, there wouldn't be any restrictions that we could necessarily ask for on that section. And the reason I ask this, and my fellow council members might want to know it, when we first did this loading zone for the Pablo Center, we were concerned about idling semi-trucks and trucks being in there for an extended period of time, idling buses, and those types of things were initial concerns. And I think there's still concerns, but right now they could be sort of corrected by the city if there's an issue. But I think if it does go to private, I don't think we'd have any input on that at all. So those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Strobel. Any other questions of Mr. Solberg? I don't see any. Thank you
May I
again.
ask one, or add one more
Sure.
thing? I know in discussions with the Pablo Center, with the idling concerns, they had indicated that they have equipment that can help alleviate that. I'm not sure the operational capacity of it or use of that, but that was something that they did make note of that they would attempt to help. I can try and get more information on that for tomorrow as well.
Okay. Thank you. Then are there any members of the public here that would like to address this item? Good evening.
Good evening, Stuart Schaefer with Commonweal Development. I do represent the ownership group, the 202 Graham Avenue building, which is south of the proposed vacation. And I guess I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has, but maybe just a brief history on what happened here when the Art Center was originally proposed and some of the site planning was done, it was agreed that half of that right-of-way would be given up for the loading dock for the art center. And that would be basically the northern. This is actually, maybe if I turn it around, it'll be better. Kind of the northern half was given up for a loading dock, and the Xcel Energy was allowed to put some additional equipment along there. There are several electrical switches and some stuff along there. So it got pretty busy. There's also the trash dumpster enclosure for the Arts Center is back here. So it was always contemplated that there'd have to be access through here for nothing else but to access the trash. But there would also be obviously access for loading docks. Now there was some thought that some vehicles may be able to park short-term along here by the transformers, but they wouldn't be able to stay there for very long because they'd be in the way of trucks as they came and left the site. We really, as the property owner to the south, we really don't care if the road is vacated or not. Originally, it's actually been talked about for, probably 4 to 6 years about whether that road should be vacated or not. It made a certain amount of sense to vacate it, particularly in terms of whatever does happen here, to be able to allow the road to be built in connection with that. If not, the city would be required to rebuild the road, and we would pay special assessments. So it actually was something that would save the city money to have the property owner rebuild the road as opposed to have the city build it and special assess those costs back. The other thing that during the process of all the construction down here, there used to be 2 curb cuts coming off of the parking lot out onto Graham Avenue. And now we've given up both of those access points to allow for additional parking on Graham. Probably created 3 or 4 additional parking stalls along there. So we think that was a plus in terms of the way it looks and the number of parking stalls. As we look to develop something on this site, we would most likely gain access to underground parking or whatever kind of access would be appropriate, and we don't have any plans for what's going on this site, so I don't know exactly what would be appropriate. But I think the idea would be is that access would be gained off of Gibson, leaving Graham Avenue open to more street parking in a better walkway. So we're really just trying to create the best possible situation down here we can with the redevelopment of this property and cooperate with the city in any way we can. Whether it's vacated or not, we really don't care. The loading dock and whatnot was kind of a concession on our part to allow the art center to be the size that the designers wanted it to be. Strictly speaking, for the 202 property, it's kind of an impairment and probably lost value to that property by allowing a loading dock and a trash enclosure to be parked in the city right away. It would have been in our best interests as the owners of the 202 property to push back on that, and of course we didn't, because it was in the best interest of that project to allow that to happen. So we're really open to whatever the plan for any kind of reconstruction of Gibson Street would be to make it very pedestrian friendly, very limited automobile usage, and have something that would be real inviting for people to get down to the pedestrian recreational walkway down there, and maybe something like the path behind Haymarket Landing, or something even with some colored concrete, kind of like the Thorpe Drive, the Warner, to have something that would be very aesthetic going down to the river. But as I said, we really don't care if it's vacated or not. It was suggested that maybe we should do that, and we've been willing to do it all along, having again a desire to see it developed as nicely as it can be, given the fact that it's up against a loading dock and a trash enclosure. But
Thank you.
I
Thank
think
you,
it's one of
Mr.
the nicer trash enclosures in town, so for what that's worth.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Do council members have questions for Mr. Schaefer on this? Councilmember Strobel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So would you envision that then being more like a, Thorpe Commons is not quite the right word, but something that would be accessible to maybe vehicles that are entering or leaving that new property and pedestrians, and probably no parking there on that side?
It's pretty, it's pretty narrow to have,
Right.
be able to have cars coming and going and getting into some kind of a driveway. I don't know that there'd be room for parking, and I don't think I think that would hurt the pedestrian-friendly environment that we hope to create there. So I don't know, and that's one of the reasons why when we were looking at giving up those curb cuts along Graham, it just seemed to make sense that this would be a better place to access the property here, whether it's around behind a building like it is now to a parking lot or into an underground parking structure that would give enough room to turn. So it'd be a challenge to see, I think it'd be a challenge to park cars there.
I agree with you, and that's why I'm sort of asking you what your plans might be for it, because once it becomes vacated, then it's no longer up to the city, then it would be up to you as the private landowner on that. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get a feel for your thoughts on it, so. Right.
Whatever we develop there, we expect it to be very nice, kind of a higher end, complementary use to the art center, and I don't know what that is exactly, whether it would be an office facility or a residential building or possibly a hospitality building of some kind or another. So I think it, we'd want it to look nice and to be attractive, and not the thought of turning it into a parking lot would be the last thing we would have in mind, trying to.
So, one suggestion, we do need a restaurant on the river yet, so.
Any further questions for Mr. Schaefer this evening? I see none. Thank you again. Is there anyone else here this evening who would like to speak on this specific item regarding Gibson Street litigation? No such desire. We'll then move to our last item, public presentation, item number 8. This is council members' report from the 2018 National League of Cities Annual City Summit in Los Angeles. Council members Anderson, Berge, Christopherson, and Graggart all went. I think if we're able to keep this present, could I ask, how long is this presentation? A couple hours? Councilmember Berge?
I don't have much.
Okay, if we could keep the overall presentation shorter, that would be great. Do you want to lead off?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Berge?
Thank you. Yeah, mine's more just of a general kind of impression. So the National League of Cities was in Los Angeles this year, and it was my first time in LA, so that was kind of exciting. But the conference itself is pretty great to see. I'm always interested in hearing, well, even when I went to Wisconsin, things, how other cities in Wisconsin do things, and then on a bigger scale, how other cities in America does things, and it's even more diverse, and it's really interesting to hear. But just some general impressions, like I said, I alluded to this, 2 weeks ago, but how much, no matter what I attended, everything, it always circled back to getting the public more involved with their local government, but also with each other and in meaningful ways, which I know we've talked about here as well, having different opportunities for the public to know what's going on, and then for the elected officials and city officials to be purposeful in reaching out to the public, and then again, the public having conversations and engagement with each other. So that just kept popping up in pretty much whatever I went to. So just to mention that. Yeah, and then the expo hall was also very interesting. Pretty much every solution you could have about any problem a city faced, from parking to citizen engagement, how to be more bike friendly. So that was interesting as well. So that's kind of just my general impressions.
Thank you. Other council members like to say a few words about the conference? Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Yeah, I was happy to be able to have the opportunity to go to Los Angeles for the National League of Cities City Summit. I was able to be the delegate as well, and I attended the annual business meeting, which had a certain amount of formality to it, of course, and there was a whole packet of resolutions and policy amendments that we passed that really kind of took into account the variety of issues that cities face. I was a bit struck by the fact that it was myself and Jerry Duchesne, who's the executive director for the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. We were the only two people representing the state of Wisconsin as delegates at the actual meeting, at the business meeting. So I guess we were pretty well represented as a percentage, but there was just so much going on at the conference that I think, because it's like 4 days long, and there's often concurrent activities during the conference. There was just a tremendous amount to take in, and obviously the city of Los Angeles is a lot to take in itself. A few of the things, when we landed, it was the day after the election, so there was kind of this discussion about what that means for our country and for cities. So that was a really interesting context to be there. And Eau Claire seems to be somewhat well known as a city, although we're pretty small. But a lot of the issues that Los Angeles were facing, you can kind of see a mirror to what we're starting to talk about. When the day that we landed was the day that the fires started in California, and maybe we don't face that here, but we have been trying to take action on the issue of climate change and the impact that we're having on the planet. So I guess it was a example of being in a frontline community where you're actually seeing the impact, and so it makes our work here have some global context. Another issue, the night that our first night was when there was a mass shooting in Thousand Oaks. So there was definitely a lot of discussion about gun violence during our time there, and we have just recently passed a resolution as a city, taking a stand on some of the safety legislation that could help on that issue. So kind of seeing the way we fit into like a national, a lot of different national issues was really important, and put some things in context. So it was good to kind of be around hundreds of other leaders and trying to figure this stuff out. And also really have access to some of the national organizations and aspects of the federal government that are involved in cities. So the U.S. Census was a big issue that was discussed, and we're going to have to make sure that we are well counted here. So the next year it'll be in San Antonio, so we'll see if anyone can make it to that. But yeah, I just wanted to show my appreciation for the opportunity as well. So.
Thank you for that report. Do Councilmembers Anderson or Christopherson wish to add to that? Councilmember Christopherson.
I can definitely recognize the event that I was at from the comments made by my colleagues. So we are really very fortunate that we're resourced well enough to take advantage of this rich experience, because there is a lot of resources, and there's a lot of colleagues that are willing to share their experiences. So it's certainly easy to come back with things that will help us in this context. There were a number of forums on affordable housing, so I gathered a lot of resources. I'm still typing up my notes, but we'll certainly share those if people are interested. And there were two documentaries I didn't expect to be there was so many different ways that you could receive information. Two of them were documentaries that persons who had prepared these films were there to debrief with the audience. One of them was No Small Matter, and it was talking about early childhood education, which I mean, Stout is really well known in that whole field of preparation, but I'd never thought about the value it has to communities. But they talk specifically about how quality care for 0 to 3 will help to children to process the costs of toxic stress in the household. So we're talking about homeless families, children that experience violence, and how if you have quality care in that period of time, you still will raise a child that has a flexible mentality and the ability to provide. It's the kind of individual that our employers are going to be looking for, and how short-sighted it is for us to allow that population to go without quality care. So it really opened my mind to advocating or listening to what our school system is providing and looking at. I noticed also when they were talking about having our public sector as when you're wanting people to look at us as employers, as the city, that whole thing about on-site childcare, on-site clinics, and those kinds of things. So it just broadened that perception. And then the last thing that I wanted to point out, there's this one is actually available on Netflix. It's called Heroine with the E in parentheses, so it's heroine like a hero as being a woman. And it's up for some awards this year, but the woman is a fire department chief, and they had this the highest heroin overdose rate in the nation in 2017. And by moving to what they called was a plan of harm reduction. So it was just the way that you accompanied this individual as they came out of the overdose, instead of from your stress and having to see this over and over and over again. They said if you just are more companionable, more compassionate with that person as they come out of that overdose, you really have long-term gains. So just by changing the way they were dealing with the overdose, they had a 40% reduction in overdose events and 50% fewer deaths. So it was just a very motivating. So those are two things that I'm going to keep in the back of my mind to help share with the public. But I felt that this was something really valuable to bring back to staff. It made me feel a little bit more, it would take a lot more than just 4 days, but I just felt like I had more valuable information to share.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Anderson, would you like to add to that as well?
I agree with everything my colleagues have said. I just have a couple of quick notes about my overall impression of the extraordinary value of this experience. It really enriched my perspective on the work of our city, in addition to providing exposure to specialized information on a variety of topics. I'm excited to talk about some of the things I learned about affordable housing at our workshop tomorrow. And kind of going along with what Councilmember Greigert was saying, I think one of the main things that I took away from this was the occasion of being with a lot of local leaders who are all facing some of the same challenges, some of which feel far beyond our control. My trip will always be, the memory that is going to always stand out for me is sitting next to this woman on the first morning who was the mayor pro tem of Agoura Hills, California. And, you know, we start chit-chatting, and she reveals that she was woken up at 3 in the morning because the town next door to her, like as close as Altoona is to us, is where a mass shooting had occurred at a bar owned by someone she'd known for many years. And she told us that the reason that she'd been up all night, she'd been grieving, that she was in that space because she wanted to be around other leaders who know what it's like to struggle to respond to challenges that feel so far beyond their control. And she really conveyed to me and to the people that were that were there that this conference is an opportunity to build connections and relationships with leaders who can work together to create change. Whether or not we feel that our government is working on a national level, it seems so clear to me that our government is alive and well at a local level. And leaders there were diverse in terms of ethnically, in terms of age, in terms of their political persuasion, but I got a real sense of a true commitment of people who share the same challenges across the country, but are having opportunities to actually work together and show national leadership. So it was a really amazing experience.
Thank you for that. Thank you all for your attendance, and Councilmember Graggart for representing us as well, and for the report. And it certainly sounds like a memorable and yeah, hopefully thought-provoking experience. And thank you for sharing all of that with us. So we'll move then to our public comment period. I see that there was not anyone signed up on the sheet, but I'll still open up if anyone else would like to come forward and speak during our public comment period. It's a 3-minute speaking turn, if anyone's interested. I see no such interest. We're going to then move to our closed session. So upon a motion duly made and carried, City Council may go into a closed session to confer with city staff to discuss terms and conditions related to a negotiation strategy regarding the potential sale of development of real property located at A, 126 and 214 North Barstow Street, related to the redevelopment authority of the City of Eau Claire property known as Block 7 and the Liner site, and B, 100 North Farwell Street, which is related to the railroad parking lot. Both of these are permitted in closed session for competitive or bargaining reasons pursuant to Statute 1985, Pren 1, Pren E of the statutes. Upon a motion by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Anderson, that motion has been made. Do we have discussion on the motion to go into closed session? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gragert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
And we are moving into closed session. Thank you.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting will return in a moment. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
Call this meeting of the Eau Claire City Council to order. Please stand and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson? Beaton? Here. Berge? Here. Christopherson? Here. Emmanuel?
Here.
Gragert?
Here.
Strobel?
Here.
Weld?
Here.
Worthman?
Here.
Jean?
Thank you all, and welcome to this Tuesday evening session of the Eau Claire City Council. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Want to just say a quick note about community television. As you know, Valley Media Works helps broadcast these proceedings live for those who aren't able to join us this evening, and that can be found at valleymediaworks.org or visit the government channel, which is 99.4 on Charter Cable, also simulcast on WRFP 101.9 FM. Welcome everyone this evening. Looks like we're going to have a good meeting. Want to get started then with our first order of business, which is the consent agenda. Item number 1, do council members have any questions on the consent agenda or wish to remove any item for separate consideration this evening? Seeing no such desire, then on a motion by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel, the consent agenda has been moved. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton. Aye. Berge. Aye. Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Grigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Schwartzman.
Aye. And that passes. We don't believe we have any proclamations this evening, so we will move then to our business agenda, starting with item number 19, which is a resolution extending the current health insurance plan with Group Health Cooperative of Eau Claire for 1 year. Ms. Sultan has the details. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Before you tonight is a resolution seeking to extend the current contract with Group Health Cooperative for another year, which would be for 2020. As you'll recall, last year, Council approved the extension of the contract for 1 year for 2019, and with that contract extension, we'll be seeing an increase in premiums of 4% for 2019. The city and Group Health have a relationship dating back to 2008. And can I show one more thing before that? Sorry. That one? Nope, I was going to put something on the. Okay, I think this was in the packets. So this is the history over the last 11 years of the premium increases that we've seen with Group Health Cooperative. So over that 11-year average, the average comes to 3.84%. The city and Group Health have a very good relationship of working cooperatively to, we have a health promotion program that the employees can take advantage of to earn a reduced premium and then also to earn their deductible back. We've explored items such as destination medicine and Teladoc, and over the next year, we will be exploring options, other options that we can take together to rein in the rapidly rising cost of health insurance. Council has viewed having longer-term agreements in place as a benefit, so that's why we tend to bring these forward at least a year in advance. So this resolution would seek to extend that contract through December 31st of 2020, and with a not-to-exceed rate for 2020 of 4% as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Group Health Cooperative CEO Pete Farrell to go over the results of the health promotion program from last year. Pete, and I'm going to hand this out.
Thank you, Vicki and Mr. President and members of the council. I can tell you, looking back, that when we started doing this in 2008, Mr. Peters and I, neither one of us needed glasses to kind of review these things as time goes on. In your package, you've got a couple of just kind of summary pages. The first one is the next slide there. That's just a summary of the health promotion program that the employees optionally participate in. And well over 90% do participate in the program. They earn back the deductible for their health insurance, and in the percentages that you can see up there, based on the criteria for each one of those. The next couple of slides are just kind of results overall of that health promotion program and the employee participation, and where they have been for the last several years. You can see our goal is to kind of push the bars on the left-hand side as high as they can be, and the bars on the right-hand side as low as they can be. So with the primary target of moving people out of the obese category and at least in the overweight category, actuarial data will show that we can both improve their quality of life, extend their life, and reduce their healthcare costs if we can at least get them into the overweight category overall. The next couple slides just break that down between men and women. This is just, well, maybe for recreational fun with the women in the office, because when you switch to the slide for the men, you can see that the men covered by the city are significantly more overweight than the women are. Just have fun in the office with that. The next two, that's by BMI, which is a calculation of your overall weight compared to your height. And then these are measuring overall body fat percentage, there are several different ways that people can qualify for the measures by meeting certain targets. One is a BMI target of 27, and the other is a body fat percentage based on both age and gender guidelines. And here you can see that that we've had at least some pullback on the very high body fat percentage, and a little more moving into the high category than we'd be comfortable with, but overall some positives, especially on the high end. And then those are just broken down between male and female as well, and similar results for those on the next two slides, and we can probably move through those. And then the next slide, I think, is blood pressure. And this is one that I do like to talk about because it's one that is fairly significant, especially for the city. You can see when we started this program a decade ago, high blood pressure, uncontrolled high blood pressure, was much more prevalent. And at 85%, we were actually in the low 80s, or in the low 80s of control. And to bring that up to 98%, if you round that off, is having a significant impact. I've talked to cardiologists about this, and just reducing the amount of hypertension that exists in the population. When you look at the size of the group, we're down to literally a handful of people that have uncontrolled hypertension, and that is certainly over this time frame prevented quite a bit of cardiovascular damage, and in turn improved their lives, and in turn saved the city healthcare dollars and expenses. Weight gain is a constant, weight loss and gain constant struggle. About a little more than a third of the overall group has lost measurable amount of weight in the last year, and about 2/3 has either been slightly above break even or gained some weight. So fortunately not too many that have gained significant amount of weight, but it's as we know societally, it's a struggle, and it's one that we deal with our coaches on a regular basis. Overall, the city's percentages are slightly healthier than the general population in terms of the distribution of being at a target weight, a healthy weight, or overweight or obese. So I think we're having some success overall in what is a very difficult challenge for all of us. This is a history, as Vicki showed, the rate increases. This is a history of the performance overall. That combined ratio is literally all of the expenses, both the administrative expense and then the overwhelming percentage of the cost, which is the medical expenses, and that's included in the loss ratio. The target there would be 99 to 100% on a year-over-year basis, so that there's just a little bit that the cooperative can use to continue to add to reserves. We are a cooperative, and I do point out that we are not licensed as an insurance company. As you know, we're one of two cooperatives that exist in the state. The other one down in the Madison area that was formed about the same time that we were in the 1970s. We are a member-governed organization. Mr. Hofer does sit on our board and provide that oversight. And so we take our relationship with our member groups very seriously, and in a much different way than I think traditionally insurance companies do. And we do hold out that community commitment. But this kind of gives that summary overall, and you can see that right now our expenses are running a little bit high. We think that'll kind of work through and come back down a little bit with some of the programs we've got going on, and when we look at some of the dynamics of what's driving some of those costs. And then Vicki did walk through the initial proposal, and this just restates what that is. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Any questions? Councilmember Strobel?
I don't really have a question, but I guess just an observation after being here for a few years, Mr. Farrow. I just am amazed at how well this program works and how fortunate we are as a city to be seeing rate increases of 4% or less most of the years. I don't quite know how you do it, but I think we're very fortunate with this relationship we have, so thank you.
And thanks for the comment. I'd say that it doesn't happen without the city's effort, and in both leadership and the employees themselves. I mean, we get a fair amount of cooperation, and certainly not everybody likes to to be weighed and discuss their lifestyle a couple times a year, or a few times a year, but they do. And but the leadership that we've had from the city and just kind of the staff really promoting the program and driving it with other supportive programs that are constantly promoting a culture of health and wellness really does make a difference, and that's a big part of the success here. We've got groups that are, of a similar size that don't see this success with the same effort from our side. So it really does take both sides to make it successful. Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, I wanted to ask a question, and thank you for all that you do as well. I know it's a lot. So in the 2010, 11, 12, I think it was, we were roughly at 0% increase over those years. And I know that a lot of that has to do with the participation in some of those programs you're talking about, some of the healthy lifestyle programs that have the city and that you've helped to foster. Are you seeing, I guess there's two questions, but are you seeing strong participation in that? And then I guess my second question is what is sort of the main driver of the increase that we're seeing this year in the cost, and that we've seen over the last, I would say, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, it's been shifting slowly over the last several years. 10 years ago, it really was kind of across the board trend increases. Prescription drugs are accounting for, and the price changes in prescription drugs are accounting for an overwhelming percentage of that increase in cost. And kind of run-of-the-mill drugs in some way, and drugs that have been on the market for quite some time. Insulin is about 20 times more expensive than it was 15 years ago. And there's certainly been no innovation in insulin in the last few decades. But the biologics like Enbrel and Remicade and things like that have all increased, even though they've been on the market for 20 years. We've seen 20+% increases year over year, and we do have some programs that can mitigate that where people have those drugs administered because they have to be infused. Where they have those drugs administered can have a $100,000 swing in the course of 1 year. So we've got some programs that kind of redirect the utilization in some of those things as well to try and control those costs. But for the most part now, prescription drugs are the real opportunity and the real price driver. A lot of what we're doing, and there's still a lot of opportunity in controlling imaging expenses, and especially MRIs and things like that. Whether they need to be done or can be done, the price variation is dramatic in various places.
And the programs that the city's doing in terms of healthy, the classes and things like that, is the participation still as high as it was in the past?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's really close. The challenge, and Dale and I have talked about this, and Vicki and I have talked about this at times. The challenge is kind of refreshing things because they're going to go stale a little bit. People are doing the same thing year over year, and so constantly trying to find ways to kind of invigorate those a little bit. And typical adults work on very short time horizons. So shorter term programs that kind of refresh frequently tend to be more successful. So we try and work through some of those.
Thank you. Other questions, Mr. Farrell? Don't see any. Thank you again. Oh, Councilmember Emanuel? Sorry.
Thank you, Acting President. I actually have a question for perhaps our HR director or for the city manager.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Farrow and to Group Health as a community partner to help our employees have the benefits that they need for their families. So that's a really appreciated partnership. I think I asked this question last year, and I'm going to ask it again, just about really a process of going out for RFP. So, I definitely concur with the value and the incredible value that the city receives to enter into this partnership. It's my understanding that last year we didn't seek out an RFP, and I don't know that we did this year. And so just wondering a little bit about process. I know that we do seek out RFPs for other services a city receives, and how, I guess maybe when might the city reconsider going out to RFP? Hard to beat this, so I'm not disputing that at all, but just from kind of a process standpoint.
I don't know if prior to my tenure with the city, it was done on a certain schedule, but I mean, typically we do keep track of, I belong to some national and state organizations, so the Wisconsin PELRA organization, I keep in touch with them to see what their increases are. And I just had it, got some more feedback, this week. And, most municipalities are seeing increases of between, if you're self-funded, some plans weren't seeing any increases, but then they'd have to make changes in the plan design. But average increases of anywhere between, 2.5% to, let's see, Green Lake County is seeing an increase of 16%, the City of Sun Prairie 8.8%, City of Marshfield 9.71%. So I guess, until we see that we're not getting, value from the current, plan that's in place, I don't, you always take a risk when you bid out, something especially as big as health insurance, that you get a great rate the first year, but then, the subsequent years, you usually see a pretty significant spike. So, certainly we can reevaluate it, but it just hasn't been something, I don't know if the city manager can, give some history as far as how often we've tended to bid that out.
City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Probably the short answer is when it stops working would be the time. We have, over the years, done competitive bids from time to time. The experience has generally not gone well for us there. When we have done that and received perhaps a undercut low bid, then it's followed a year or two later with a massive increase. And that's after you've made all of your employees change to a different provider. And there's tremendous disruption when you ask your employees to have to change providers. It's a program that does allow our employees to shop, and a big part of what we drive with this program is being able to be good consumers. So we, rather than having the employees have to go to one provider or another, we're encouraging some competition and shopping between the different markets, both on quality and on price. We feel comfortable in that it is a cooperative, so there isn't, it's a not-for-profit, cooperative with a fixed administrative cost, which is very competitive, very competitive with others. As we look at, going forward, I think where we would want to be doing changes have to do probably more with the collaboration and work we can do with, either other large employers or certainly other public employers in the community, and that there's probably more to be gained, by that. At this point, again, the short answer is as long as it keeps working, and working is that the costs for us are going up lower than we don't have other providers coming in and saying, yeah, we can offer you a 10-year average of less than 4% increases, or we can show you where any one of our policyholders have had a 10-year history of less than 4%, and that we will administer without going into the weeds of the wellness program that we have. There's a lot of administrative costs and work that goes into that wellness program, and Group Health does all of that for us. And so when we're approached by other providers and say, show us a history of not only the rates, but also where you've been innovative and willing to work with an employer with the type of wellness programs we've been doing, and you're willing to do the administration, they're like, well, we can't match that. So they are conversations that we have, but not through the formal RFP process. And but if we reached a point where we thought that this was not, this is a big expense for us. I mean, it's it's the second largest expense we have behind payroll. So it's a very important expense to have a strong control over and influence on. And if we felt that this was not the best option for controlling that cost, we'd be quickly asking or taking a different approach.
Thank you. Further questions from council? I guess I'll along the same line, I'll throw out a question is, I understand the difficulty of switching switching to a different insurance company. I wonder what you see are the biggest downsides to doing an RFP, just putting out doing the bid process to see what it returns. Do you want to? Okay. City Manager?
The biggest is when you do an RFP, you're principally going to be looking at the the lowest cost. And it's very easy for a provider to offer a very attractive price at a one-time basis, but then no guarantees afterwards. And so, again, if you talk to employers who essentially chase the RFP process, you will see that they go through a cycle of tremendous disruption with their employees, 1 or 2 years of low premiums, and then they're back out in the market and they're looking at very, very big increases. And so there's a lot of disruption, not only financially, but then also with the employees. And that, we did that. We've done that twice. And the worst experience we had with that, we had 2 years of rates similar to what we're seeing now. We did not see any engagement with us in terms of the wellness programs, and then we received a 57% increase the next year, and we struggled. I mean, that 50% increase was 57% increase resulted in a lot of disruption to the organization financially, and then also administratively.
If I could ask a follow-up, the length of the extension, it's a 1 year, is that normal? We just do 1 year, or was there a concept of going to multi-year?
No, so we've looked at doing this, again, balancing, right to your point. This provides some stability and consistency, but it's for 1 year. So we already know what the rate, because last year we knew it would be a not to exceed of 4%. So we were able to go into the budget process. We had some stability with the budget process that way, and then we knew what the rate was. What the rate would not exceed for 2019. What this does is allow us to go into the 2020 budget process with some certainty or stability that it won't exceed 4%. And then next year, we have the ability to, if this is not working, or we see that other things are more attractive to us, or there's other approaches that would be better for us to take, we're not so tied in. I think I'm looking at another one of our peer organizations went for a 5-year contract with a provider that said not to exceed 5%, and they've seen 5% increases every year. So this is a balance. It provides some stability over a 2-year period, but we're not locked in for 5 or more years, so that we can be adaptive or flexible should we need to be if the market conditions are changing.
That's helpful. Any further questions by council? I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Salter. Then on a motion by Councilmember Emanuel, seconded by Councilmember Weld. This resolution extending the current health insurance plan with Group Health Cooperative for 1 year has been moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing no desire for discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge. Aye. Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gregor.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to our next item, which is item number 20, grant which authorizes the fire department to accept Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources DNR grant monies to purchase wildland firefighter equipment. Because this item is going to amend the budget, it's going to require a 2/3 vote of the elected members, or 8 affirmative votes is required for adoption. Mr. Bertrand is here this evening to discuss.
Hi, good evening. This is a grant that we applied for earlier this year, and we have applied for quite a few times in the past. It is a 50% match grant, which allows us to buy equipment that is specific for wildland firefighting. So this year we applied requesting some money to purchase personal protective equipment for our firefighters when they're fighting wildland fires. The total amount is $2,652.20. This purchase would be made out of 2019 operating budget money, and then we would later in the spring and April receive $1,326.10 back from the DNR after making the purchase.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Zhang, this item has been moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Reichert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Bergy?
Aye.
And that passes. We move to item 21. This is a resolution accepting and appropriating a Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program grant from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for the downtown Riverwalk Trail. Again, this is an item that's going to amend our budget, so it's going to require 2/3 vote of the elected members or 8 affirmative votes for passage. Ms. Adams. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you, Acting President Worthman. The resolution before you is to accept and appropriate a stewardship program grant from the Wisconsin DNR for the development of the southwest boat launch on Ferry Street along the Chippewa River. On April 24th of this year, City Council authorizes the Community Services to apply for this grant, and we received notice that the project was funded for $978, which is the amount we requested. The cost is a 50-50% match, so the city's match is coming from the CIP fund approved in the 2019 CIP. Any questions?
Thank you.
That
Questions?
was the Riverwalk?
I don't see any. Do you want to?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you so much.
That was the next one.
Yeah, I was going to, well, let's do both of them then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to vote on that first, or?
No, if you want to
Okay.
present on the other one.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then the next resolution is for the downtown Riverwalk. Again, it's a stewardship program grant from the Wisconsin DNR for the Riverwalk Rehabilitation Project, which runs along the east side of the Chippewa River from the Eau Claire Street to Lake Street. And again, we applied for this. We asked for authorization to apply on April 24th, and we received notice that this project is funded by the stewardship grant for $35,128. We also received preliminary notification that we were awarded $45,000 from the DNR recreational grant for this program as well, a recreational trail program. The cost again is a 50-50 match, and the city's matches for these programs are coming from the 2019 CIP, Transportation Fund.
Thank you. Any questions on either of those reports? I don't see any. Thank you again, Ms. Adams.
Yep.
Then to item number 21. Again, this first one is a resolution regarding the Riverwalk Trail and accepting a grant from the Wisconsin DNR. On a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge. Item number 21 has been moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing no such desire, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel?
Aye.
Reichert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Bergy?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to item 22. This resolution, again, appropriates Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program grant from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for the southwest boat launch on Ferry Street. And this will require 8 votes for passage. Any further questions on a motion by Councilmember Christopherson, then seconded by Councilmember Strobel? Item 22 has been moved. Do council members have any thoughts, motions, ideas? Seeing no such desire, clerk, please call the roll. Item number 22.
Councilmember Reichert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Bergy?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
And that passes. I just want to recognize City Manager Peters for a moment.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. We'll bring this up now because I don't know that Ms. Adams will be here at the end of the meeting, but that was her last presentation. She has served us for over 30 years and in our accounting department and quietly done a lot of work for us. and the last couple of years served as the kind of the business specialist for the Community Services Department, and has brought in a ton of grants in her last couple of years of work for us. And so just wanted to take a moment and recognize your 30 years of service. So thank you, Rose.
Thank you. We'll move on then to our budget amendments. This item number 23 is a resolution authorizing an appropriation of library fund balance for one-time use to the library capital improvement budget for space relocations and to the library operating budget for fundraising feasibility study. This is also going to require a budget, because of the budget amendment, a 2/3 vote of the elected members, or 8 affirmative. Ms. Westby, do you want to share the presentation on this? Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Acting President Worthman. The resolution before you is authorizing an appropriation of the library fund balance for one-time use to the library capital improvement budget for a space reallocation and to the library operating budget for the fundraising feasibility study.
Thank you. Do council members have any questions for Ms. Westby? Don't see any. Thank you again. Then on a motion by, I believe this is Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. This item number 23 regarding the library capital improvement budget, space reallocation, and library operating budget for fundraising feasibility has been moved. Is there any discussion? No desire. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel? Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gregor?
Aye.
And that item passes. Oh, did you call me? You called me as well. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to check. We have 8 affirmative votes. Moving on to item number 24. This is a resolution vacating a portion of Schwank Street from 50 feet west of Welsh Court to 20 feet from the top of the bank of the Chippewa River. Mr. Solberg had a presentation last evening on this vacation. Is there any follow-up questions regarding this? I see none from council. Then on a motion by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this street vacation has been moved. Is there discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gregor?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to item 25. This resolution is releasing the utility easements within Schwank Street from 50 feet west of Welsh Court to 20 feet from the top of the bank of the Chippewa River. Similar item. Do council members have questions at all regarding this utility easement resolution? I see no desire for questions. Then by motion, Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Graggart. Item number 25 is moved. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gregor?
Aye.
Okay.
Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to our last street vacation. This is item number 26. This resolution vacates a portion of Gibson Street from Graham Avenue to the Chippewa River. And this item had been requested for a postponement to our March 26th, 2019 legislative session. Is there a motion? Well, I think what we'll do is we're going to first motion this and then do a motion to postpone. So if on a motion by Councilmember Berge, seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, item 26 has been moved. Councilmember Strobel is going to motion to postpone to our 26th March legislative session. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. Discussion on postponement. Seeing no desire for discussion, clerk, Yep.
Point of order, if I could.
Should I read this motion?
Yeah, because I think it provides some opportunity to bring it back prior to that date if easements or other documents are available.
Okay. My apologies. So, Councilmember Strobel, the motion to postpone, hopefully this will be accepted as a friendly, but it reads thus: motion to postpone the resolution contained in item number 26 on the agenda of this city council meeting relating to vacating a portion of Gibson Street from Graham Ave to the Chippewa River to March 26, 2019 legislative session or sooner, to allow sufficient review time for multiple easements requested by requesters and the city. So potential of coming back sooner. Okay. Sorry about that. Any confusion on that? Does everyone understand the motion? And Councilmember Emanuel, is that a friendly as well? Okay.
Very.
Thanks. Any discussion then on that specific motion? Seeing no desire, clerk, please call the roll on the motion to postpone.
Councilmember Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Grigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye, and that passes. We move then to our agreements. Item number 27 is a resolution authorizing our city manager to execute the 2019 Federal Transit Administration Section 5307 supplemental agreement between the City of Eau Claire and the City of Chippewa Falls. This is an encore presentation by Ms. Adams.
You can't get rid of me that fast. Thank you. Before you is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the 2019 Federal Transit Administration Supplemental Agreement between the City of Eau Claire and City of Chippewa Falls. The Federal Transit Administration regulations allow only one designated recipient of mass transit funds in an urbanized area. In the Chippewa Falls, Eau Claire metropolitan area, the City of Eau Claire has been granted designated recipient status. In order that the City of Chippewa Falls may receive federal transit funding to operate their share ride taxi program, the City of Eau Claire must approve a supplemental agreement with the City of Chippewa Falls on an annual basis. Is there any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Then on a motion by, this will be Councilmember Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. This agreement, item number 27, has been moved. Is there any discussion? I see none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Grigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
That item passes. We move then to resolution, this is item number 28 on our agenda. This resolution approves a use agreement between the City of Eau Claire and the Eau Claire YMCA Swim Club for the use of Fairfax Pool. Mr. Pippinger.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Good afternoon. Before the City Council is an agreement by and between the City of Eau Claire and the Eau Claire YMCA for use at the Fairfax Pool. This agreement outlines the fees to cover the use by the swim club, the YMCA master swimmers, and one swim meet during the year. This agreement includes a term of 5 years starting in 2019 and ending in 2023. The fees to be paid in 2019 and 2020 are $10,100 annually and increases the last 3 years from 2021 to 2023 to $10,700 annually. Additionally, the agreement covers the season use by the swim club, the swim meet use, indemnification and hold harmless, and the necessary general liability insurance needed by the group. The City of Eau Claire and the Eau Claire YMCA wish to continue this cooperative working relationship, which benefits a healthy community. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Then on a motion by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, item 28, again, a resolution approving an agreement between City of Eau Claire YMCA Swim Club has been moved. Any discussion? I don't see any. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Grigert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to item 29. This resolution approves an agency agreement with Leads Online LLC. Our Deputy Chief Rokas has the details.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This resolution conditionally approves the contract for the electronic reporting of pawn shop, secondhand dealer, and secondhand jewelry transactions to Leads Online, pending an approval of the updated ordinance, which will be discussed a little further this evening. This contract before you outlines the terms of use, the responsibilities for both the city and Leads Online for the contract. I'll give a little bit of a context with it, which will be a little bit of a restatement of Mr. Holfer's presentation yesterday evening and for discussion earlier, or will be happening later. The city has had an electronic reporting requirement for pawn shops for approximately 14 years. When that original ordinance was passed, the gold standard for electronic reporting systems was the automated property system, commonly referred to as APS. Since that adoption, there have been numerous other additional reporting systems developed for these types of transactions. The reporting system that we would like to change to with this contract is Leads Online. For more than a year, we've been working with pawn shops, secondhand article dealers, and secondhand jewelers on this potential change. During the course of that time, we've had 2 public stakeholder meetings. We've had a trial basis, voluntary trial basis, utilizing Leads Online for that 1-year period. And we've held a constant dialogue with the affected businesses on this proposed change. The feedback that we received on the potential change outlined in this contract has been very positive and described as very beneficial for both the businesses that are affected and regulated by this ordinance and for the city as well. Kind of the reasoning behind the support for the changes amongst the business is the ease of reporting for the businesses. It's just a lot less burdensome. It's easier for the businesses to use on a daily basis. All the businesses requested, and this contract reflects a reduction in transaction fees for the pawn shop businesses. It allows for reduced holding periods for pawnbrokers and secondhand dealers, and that reduced holding period is made allowable by Leads Online's advanced capabilities that our previous provider did not have. And there's also greater efficiency for staff as well, who are charged with regulating these transactions within the pawn shops, and also our staff that's responsible for investigating property crimes, theft, burglaries that sometimes pawn shops and secondhand dealers are inappropriately utilized by members of our community. And overall, it provides a simplified and streamlined billing structure that was supported by all the businesses that are affected. That makes it easier for them, and it's much more stable in the long run. With that, I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Then on a motion by Councilmember, this would be Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Gragert. Item number 28, resolution approving an agency agreement with Leads Online LLC has been moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I have just a process question. If for some reason council wouldn't adopt the ordinance later on, then does this mean that this is null and void, or is it better to move this item to after we vote on the ordinance? I personally don't see that being a challenge, but just kind of wondering procedurally if that might be a little tidier.
City Attorney Nick?
Sure. That's why Deputy Chief Rokas indicated that it's contingent. It says that in the resolution. So if you don't adopt the ordinance that would permit change from current APS to other vendors, this resolution would be a nullity.
That help? Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. Any further questions or discussion on this item? We've already had it moved, so seeing no desire to speak on this, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raegert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Thank you. That one passes. We're going to move to our landfill expansion. This item, which is item number 30, is a resolution adopting a citing resolution, my apologies, for the proposed solid waste landfill expansion by Advanced Disposal Services at 7 Mile Creek Landfill, LLC. Mr. Peppinger.
Thank you. The resolution before the City Council is a citing resolution for the proposed solid waste landfill expansion by Advanced Disposal Services at the 7 Mile Landfill. The city has been notified by Advanced Disposal Services of their proposal to expand the current solid waste facility. The last expansion request was in 2014, and that expansion is about 3 years from being filled, and that was just a vertical expansion. The official notification initiates the procedures outlined in the Wisconsin statute, section 289.33 of the Wisconsin Solid Waste Siting Law. A portion of the landfill and the entire expansion is located on property within corporate limits of the city of Eau Claire. To participate in the negotiating process for the facility, it is necessary for the city to adopt a citing resolution within 60 days of the official notification. The city received the official notification on November 9th of this year. This would be the area within Sector 2 of the landfill in the northeast section that they're proposing to have a vertical and a horizontal expansion. The attached resolution indicates the city's intention to negotiate and, if necessary, arbitrate with the applicants concerning the proposed facility. By adopting the resolution, the city will have the authority to appoint 4 members to the negotiating committee. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Then on a motion by Councilmember Berge, seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, this resolution has been moved. Is there any discussion? See none? I do see one. Councilmember Beaton.
Yeah, just really quick, a little bit of background. We're going to be talking about some appointments, and just to let council members know, we're going to be the appointments, the advisory committee on appointments recommended to citizens for this committee, and so we'll be voting on that after this. So,
Thank you. Appreciate the extra context. Seeing no further desire to speak, clerk, please call the roll on this resolution.
Councilmember Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raegert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. We move then to our appointments, which is resolution number 31. Your packet, just get here, it's page 126. This resolution is approving appointments or reappointments to various boards, committees, and commissions. The Appointments Committee, which is myself, Councilmember Beaton, and Councilmember Zhang, met last week, I believe it was, and have recommended the following appointments to our boards, committees, and commissions, and I'll read through them so they're in the record. But in this resolution, you'll see that to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, there's a new appointment to a 3-year term expiring December 31st of 2021 of William Berg. We're also recommending a reappointment to a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2021 of Andrew Becker. City County Board of Health, the recommendation is of a 5-year term to Jennifer Eddy. A Landmarks Commission, It's a reappointment of 3-year term, and we're recommending Joan Myers and Dale Pointer to the North Barstow Medical Business Improvement District, and these are names that are usually recommended by the bids. It's a new appointment to a 3-year term of, until 2021 of Jason Munns, and a reappointment to 3-year terms to expire December 31st, 2021 of Jason Manns, very different, and Nick Meyer. To Putnam Park Commission, it's a new appointment to a 3-year term expiring on the 31st of 2021 of Joseph Rohr, and a reappointment to two reappointments to 3-year terms expiring on December 31st, 2021 of Patricia Harvey and John Hibbard. To the Senior Center Board, it's a reappointment to 2-year terms to expire December 31st, 2020 of Steve Anderson, John Carlin, and Geraldine Kinderman. And to 7 Mile Creek Landfill Solid Waste Expansion Siting Committee, which we had just voted on earlier, it's new appointments to a 1-year term of Thomas Kemp and Jamie Radeball. The South Barstow Business Improvement District, this is a reappointment to a 3-year term to expire December 31st, 2021 of John Mogensen and Sarah Prock. The Water Street Business Improvement District, this is a reappointment to 2-year terms to expire December 31st, 2020 of Lisa Aspenson, Michael Dooley, Lori Klinkhammer, Chelsea Kulo, John Mogensen, and Steve Reuter. Waterways and Parks Commission, this is a reappointment to 3-year terms to expire in 2021, December 31st. Meredith Ball, John Bodkin, and Ron Doring. West Grand Avenue Business District, this is a reappointment to 2-year terms expiring December 31st, 2020 of Dan Doffenbach, Laura Girolamo, Webster Hart, and Jack Tim. And the Zoning Board of Appeals, this is a reappointment of a 3-year term. It's going to be Grant Beardsley and Mary Brenholm. Do council members have any questions on this slate of reappointments being suggested by the Appointments Committee? Appointments and reappointments. Seeing no questions, then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Zhang, the slate and recommendations for appointments has been moved. Is there any discussion, thoughts, ideas regarding these recommendations? I don't see any, but I just want to, before we vote on it, again, encourage folks who are listening this evening or maybe hearing over the airwaves, that we're always looking for good people to serve on our boards, committees, and commissions. And we know that the people that serve often find it to be incredibly fulfilling to be a part of the important decisions that we make in our community. You get to meet folks, you get to help decide important issues, you get to give input and new ideas and help our community be a better place. And so we're always wanting to encourage folks to apply. You can do so online. I don't have the website on hand, but you can find it on our city website and fill out the form there. So seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And I also want to, that item passes. I also want to just thank Councilmember Beaton and Councilmember Zhang for their service and work on that committee as well. We move then to our next item, which is the bicycle and pedestrian plan. This is item 32 on our agenda. This resolution is approving the bicycle and pedestrian plan, and we had a presentation last evening on it. It's a lengthy plan that is linked in our packets, so hopefully you've had a chance to go over most of it. Is there any follow-up questions that council may have of either Mr. Pat Ivory or Leah Ness, Ms. Leah Ness, before we move this item? Any follow-up or clarifying questions? Okay, I don't see any. Then on a motion by, this will be Councilmember Gragert, seconded by Councilmember Bergy, our bicycle and pedestrian plan has moved. Is there discussion? Amendments? Thoughts, ideas? Councilmember Gragert.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I don't really have any amendments, just have some appreciation to share and also a little bit of background on some discussion that has been happening with the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and they're working on their work plan right now, and there's obviously a lot in this plan, but I think there's always going to be new ideas, and the way this is written, new ideas can always be brought into the mix. And one thing I wanted to point out that kind of goes back to our budget discussion, particularly operating, and we've had a lot of discussion about the staffing challenges we're having for a lot of different aspects of the city. But this one is really this area of bike and pedestrian education, enforcement, engineering, and planning work. We've had some staff members that have really stepped up, and Mr. Ivory and Ms. Ness, who represent our planning and our engineering aspects of our city, Mr. Solberg. It's been, this plan kind of puts together a lot of the work that has been done, but also what the future looks like. On page 33, there's a reference to how we're limited in what we can do because of we don't have enough resources to really do everything in this plan necessarily. It says in the middle, I guess it's the fourth paragraph down on page 33. The task of implementing these strategies will occur incrementally over an extended period of time due to budget constraints, limited staff resources, and multiple demands on staff time. And that's probably true of everything we do as the city, of course, but one of the conversations that's starting to occur within our Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee is about additional staff resources that may be necessary, particularly as we look into some of the educational needs in the community about traffic safety and outreach in different aspects of the community. And some of the planning efforts, it's great that we're doing things like walk audits and really looking at a complete streets approach to everything that we do. But it really could be something that I feel we could use some more resources for in terms of staff. And I think the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee will be looking to explore that over the next year. It's not necessarily something I think we need to amend this to say is out there as a point of discussion, but just wanted to acknowledge that there's been a lot of great work that's been done, and there's a lot more work to do, and maybe we need to figure out a way to get some of that done. So that's really one thing I wanted to bring up that is, I think, can be explored in the future and doesn't necessarily need to be thrown in the plan, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Further comments from council? Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. Councilmember Gregor, you sort of brought that up, the funding, and I happened to watch the Plan Commission meeting as well, and I know there was one of the Plan Commissioners there brought up the subject of potentially licensing bicycles as a way to help raise some funds. Has the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee looked at that at all as a possibility that you're aware of?
Do you want to respond to that, Councilmember Gregor?
I'm not aware that as to whether the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee has looked into that. There are certainly cities around the country that have explored that over time. It's typically something that cities have gone away from, I guess, in terms of licensing. But it certainly could be part of the discussion as far as looking at what the needs are in terms of staffing and programs that we could implement. So.
Thank you. Any further comments on the bicycle and pedestrian plan? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gregor?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to item 33. This is regarding our fees and licenses. You'll recall council had postponed consideration of this item until this meeting. This resolution would amend the City of Eau Claire's schedule of fees and licenses effective January 1st, 2019. Mr. Wenzens has the details. Evening.
Thank you, Acting Council President Worthman, members of the City Council. As Acting President Worthman indicated, this item was scheduled for action back on November 13th. In fact, on the 12th, we did have a public hearing on the proposed changes to the fees and license schedule for 2019. At that time, the City Council discussed and had some concerns over the impact on affordable housing with the increases in the proposed fees for building permits as well as plumbing permits. So action was postponed until November 27th. At that time, staff requested that the item be postponed once again until December 11th. The schedule that is before you this evening is the same schedule, is unchanged from that which was presented to you back on November 13th. Staff has gone through the schedule at the direction of City Council and tried to identify items that are, or fees that are specific to residential buildings, and staff was only able to identify 31 fees that were unique to residential facilities as opposed to commercial and other types of facilities. So one of the options that will be before you certainly is to not increase the fees for those 31 identifiable items or fees, but we weren't. Many of the other fees applies to both residential as well as commercial or industrial buildings as well. So just wanted to provide the council with a little additional information, and this was, I believe, included within your packets. We did take a look at what the impact would be on various buildings or houses within the City of Eau Claire. These are actual building permits that were issued, and what staff did was indicate what the fee was in 2018 and then what the fee would be under the new fees and license schedule. So this happens to be a 1,824 square foot house with a 480 square foot garage. The fees under the current fee and license schedule would be $1,377. Under the proposed schedule would be $1,416, or an increase of about $39 or 2.84%. One thing I did ask the building department to take a look at was actually smaller houses, but unfortunately, there just aren't smaller houses being built in Eau Claire right now. 1,800 square feet is towards the lower end of the new construction within the community. We also took a look at about a 2,600 square foot house with, again, about a 500 square foot garage. The fees currently would be about $1,570. The fees under the proposed schedule would be $1,623, increase of about $53 or about 3.38%. And then lastly, total square footage of nearly 3,000 square feet, which with a little bit larger garage. Fees under the current schedule about $1,675. Under the proposed schedule, $1,734, an increase of almost $59 or about 3.52%. So those are kind of that's what the impact is of the proposed increases on both the building permit fees as well as the plumbing fees. And then lastly, I provided this to you, I believe, back in early November when it was first considered, but just a chart showing if these fees, increases to the fees and license schedule were approved, where Eau Claire would rate, I guess, fall compared to some of our peer communities, and really we're pretty much smack dab in the middle of those communities. So a couple of options for the City Council to consider this evening. One of those options certainly would be to approve the fees and license schedule as originally proposed, including those increases to the residential, or excuse me, to the building and plumbing permit fees. We could, the City Council could approve the increases in the 31 non-residential permit fees, or excuse me, on the include the increases in the non-residential permit fees, but not the increases in those 31 identifiable fees that are related to residential construction. And lastly, the City Council could certainly approve all of the fees in the fees and license schedule, except those related to building and plumbing permits, and simply leave those fees as they currently are in the fees and license schedule. One of the other items that we did talk about internally, and it was mentioned in the staff report from Mr. Allen, is the idea of simplifying our schedule of fees for buildings and going to some sort of a fee schedule where it's a flat fee for buildings ranging in certain sizes, and it doesn't you don't have all the kind of additional add-ons, if you will, for different items. And that is something that we're still exploring, and I think that building permit fees will also likely be a topic of discussion during your work session later this evening. So with that, be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Winsens? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify, so number 2, it says increasing the 31 non-residential fees, but you just said 31 fees unique to residential. Is that a misprint, or am I just not?
No, that's on the screen is correct.
Oh, okay. So there's 31 non-residential building.
Non-residential building permit fees.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I have 2 questions. The first is, depending on the pleasure of council, how will this work? Let's say council chooses option, the second one, the second bullet listed on there. Is there a substitute amendment available, or we would just make a motion to that effect? And
right. I would suggest making a motion to that effect. Mr. Allen does have the schedule of fees and licenses with those particular items that would be increased, highlighted within it. So we can certainly provide those to the City Council as to which particular items would be included in that increase and which ones wouldn't be included.
Thank you. If I can have a second question, kind of a new question. So I'll give a little background to my question. I think if I can summarize, I think that there were many council members who feel a little bit in a bind of wanting to support the efforts of affordable housing momentum in the community, and just due to the timing that the fees and licenses need to be adopted, it's kind of hard because need to make a decision, and yet there's nothing definitive about anything on affordable housing at this point. And that's not to point any blame or anything, it's really where we're at. So my question has to do around, I guess, is there a process that council could look at, and maybe we'll talk about it this afternoon, but in the scenario that all of these fees and licenses are adopted as proposed, could council then create some type of waiver program for new development that is occurring that meets a criteria of affordable housing, to say 20% reduction, or whatever that is? What does that process look like if that was a desire of the body?
I think that if the City Council went ahead and approved the fees and license schedule as it was originally presented, certainly you would have the legislative authority to through an affordable housing program or some particular program, establish waivers or exceptions to that fee and license schedule for certain types of projects. Now, that would have to be uniform across the board, but you could, I think, establish some criteria or some public benefit and a rationale for maybe exempting a project from the fees and license schedule. I think that would certainly be something that you could consider doing.
Yep.
Thank you. And would that come forward in the form of a resolution, or is that an ordinance change?
It would be a resolution, but all amendments, we have a unique process for the fees and license schedule, and that requires, it kind of follows the ordinance process where we have basically a first reading and then a second reading and then action, but it is a resolution.
Thank you. And so, I know this is a question asking on the floor, but do you have a sense of how long staff might need to come up with some type of proposal for council to react to? Like, is January kind of doable, or would this take many more months?
Well, I mean, again, just off the cuff, I think that January would be tight. Personally, there are a number of other priority projects going on that are being, fast-tracked through in January. But I think that it really also needs to be folded into that affordable housing discussion. And the reason we asked for it to be delayed till tonight is we were scheduled to have that housing affordability discussion 2 weeks ago, and we were hoping that that might inform what we were doing with the fees and license schedule. But I think that council should have that discussion, and if part of that includes a desire on the part of the council to look at basically waivers or reductions in the building permit fees for certain types of housing projects, then that's something certainly we can work on in the coming months.
Thank you. Further questions regarding the fees and licenses? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Winsens. Then on a motion by Council Member Christopherson, seconded by Council Member Strobel, fees and licenses schedule has been moved. Any discussion, thoughts, desires to make a motion or accept one of those possibilities that have been outlined? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I like to do things in a more coherent way, and I'm very much looking forward to the conversation following this meeting and wanting as a body to get kind of a temperature of what we see we could maybe support or encourage for the next year as far as goals, and how we can in a more wholesome way look at how we could create a program. So it would be my hope that we would move that all of the fees and schedules would be raised as proposed in the budget.
Okay. Further input? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you. Yeah, just thinking out loud here, when I read through the packet, I did like number 2. Thought that was a nice compromise, because I have been emailing with Chippewa Valley Home Builders, and they've given me some good information and really taking what they're saying to heart. But now, just hearing this little discussion so far, lean more towards 1, but with the possibility of looking at waivers, and as Councilmember Christopherson just said, and really taking a holistic view of it rather than kind of piecemealing it out. I think that might be the more, smart is the right word, but more makes sense way. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Further discussion? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And I too feel conflicted about this. I think if it were just me, I would push a button for number 2, the second option, although that doesn't really solve the problem for all of 2019 that I think, well, we are compelled to solve. So I think that there is merit at looking at that first option, which is to do nothing. I do wonder about, I guess, council's appetite or interest of creating a sense of I don't know if we would want to make a resolution to compel us to revisit waivers for fees, and specifically like sooner than later versus waiting until all of our affordable housing study is complete. I guess I would really look to colleagues to see if that is of interest, and if so, then maybe we can make that motion. But I think we do have the urgency of people who need to be housed, and cost prohibitive barriers for some folks to take on the housing projects. And so, just trying to balance both of those out. I don't know if there's some group wisdom that we can lean in with each other on of kind of how do we navigate this to achieve both.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Further discussion, Councilmember Strobel.
I would be supporting number 1, and I think, I was the last time as well. I think if the, and I wanted to thank staff as well before I forget for going through and doing all that work and sharing it with the council. It was helpful for whatever we wanted to see out of that, but I don't think it would, in my opinion, still not affect housing prices for those fees. So, and I'm really not, I don't think we have to compel ourselves to do something that it seems like the council wants to do anyway. So I'm not sure I'd be supportive of that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Further comments, Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I would support number 1 as well. And I expressed a lot of this at the last meeting that we had this discussion. I have a lot of information and data that I was going to discuss, but I think I'm in agreement with what I feel is the consensus now, that I'd like to see us get through this housing study and really come up with, realistic goals and definitions and a mission statement, and be able to look at these fee schedules, with clear answers and clear goals in mind. And so I think now, based on with the information that we have, I would like to see us move forward with item number 1.
Thank you. Further comments? I don't see. Councilmember Greger, did you want to say something?
President Worthman.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot more dialogue that could occur between our council and staff and all the different stakeholders in the community on this. And it seems like we're opening up more and more of those spaces, and we just need a little bit more time to figure out how we can do this in the most targeted way, I guess. And it's really good to have this extra information, as a colleague said, and just kind of ready to accept the proposed increases.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments by council, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Eaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Greigert?
Aye.
And that passes. We move to our ordinances for action. This begins on with item number 34, which is the pawnbrokers ordinance, which we heard about last night. This ordinance amends Chapter 5.04, the City Code of Ordinances, entitled Pawnbrokers. Last evening, we heard from our Deputy City Attorney Hofer regarding this, and if you had a chance, there was also some further dialogue on this as well, an explanation from Mr. Hofer in our emails. Do council members have any follow-up questions at this time regarding the pawnbroker ordinance and what's being proposed within? I don't see any request for further comments, so we will move it then on. I think this is going to be moved by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. Ordinance regarding pawnbrokers. Is there discussion? Discussion on this? Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and I want to thank all of the community partners, including our city leadership, for looking at this issue. I was on the council when we first took this up a few years ago, and due to our geography of where we're at and probably our consumers between Minneapolis and Chicago, we do have, I guess, a buzzing pawnbroker community, and I know that's a fun pastime for even people in my family, is to spend a Saturday checking out the shops and the goods. So definitely a valuable and enjoyable type of shopping experience. I think that, I guess I just want to raise the voice of the individual that came to speak last night and raise their concerns, and appreciate that. And I guess what compels me to support this is just some communication we received from the Deputy City Attorney that I would like to just summarize. Really, that the proposed fee structure is looking to fairly and reasonably assess a flat fee to recoup the portion of the cost to the city in regulating the business transactions that take place, and really trying to help pay for some of that law enforcement coverage and that detective work that happens for the unfortunate crimes that do occur. And that during the community stakeholder meetings at that time, no businesses explored or indicated any interest of a tiered fee structure when it was brought up. So to me, even though we do have a business who is saying that this is not their first preference, I think for the good of the greater good for the community and for the owners, I think this does meet those goals, and I think it's okay for us to try it out. And if something really needs to be addressed, please bring it back before council. And I think anybody here would take that feedback to heart. And so I think this is good, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Emmanuel. Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, and I will concur with Councilmember Emmanuel on that, and I will be supporting it as well. Certainly heard the concerns last night, but Assistant City Attorney Hofer's letter today clarified it for me pretty clearly, and I just think a shout out to the police department and the city attorney's office for working with the users to come up with this. I think that's a great way to come forward with a new ordinance. Is you really take the time and work with the user groups, figure it out, make it work for everybody, and I really think it's a sort of a testament to that. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Seeing no further comment, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gragert,
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
And that ordinance passes. Move then to item 35. This ordinance rezones a portion of property located at 559 North Hastings Way from P to C3. We had a presentation last evening by Mr. Scott Allen on this. Is there any follow-up questions, clarification regarding this rezoning? See any? Then on a motion by, I think this is Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton. This rezoning, item number 36, has been moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gragert,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
That passes. Move to item 36. This ordinance rezones the property located at 800 Wisconsin Street from I-1P and I-2P to I-2P, and to amend the general development plan to allow for a change in land use from Building 17 to include multifamily residential. We had a presentation last evening as well from Mr. Allen. Any follow-up questions regarding this rezoning? No questions? Then on a motion by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Graggart. This has been moved. Any discussion? Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. Understanding that there's no, concrete plans or plans to move forward at all, for that matter, with this property, I do hope that if, as plans emerge, or if they emerge, that a conversation is open between staff and the developer about possibilities for affordable housing. I think that it's a good opportunity in the right neighborhood, and so I'm going to be supporting, but to put out that little nugget and wish that those conversations will happen when the time is right. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments on this ordinance to rezone property at Banbury? Further comments? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Zhang?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gragert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye. That passes. We move then to item 37. This is an annexation ordinance in accordance with section 66.0217, the Wisconsin statutes, annexing to the city of Eau Claire, and particularly to the 15th Assessment Ward of the 2nd Aldermanic District, being a part of the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of section 126-9, Town of Washington, Eau Claire County, as shown on planning drawing number 185A, WISTOP petition. This is per Wisconsin statute 66.0217, Pren 8. Annexation ordinance requires 2/3 of the vote of the elected members of the governing body. Therefore, it's going to be 8 affirmative votes. And we had we talked about this last night. Is there any further comments or questions for Mr. Scott Allen on this annexation? I don't see any. Then on a motion by Councilmember, I believe it's Berge, seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, annexation has been moved. Any comments? See none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gragert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Zhang?
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to our last ordinance for action. This is regarding parking restrictions. This ordinance amends Table 8 entitled Parking Prohibited of the City Code of Ordinances, the City of Eau Claire. This was an extensive list last night of different changes that were being made. Mr. Solberg presented on that. Do council members have any questions regarding any of the changes that are proposed in the ordinance? They might want to direct to Mr. Solberg. I don't see any. I keep on hoping I'm saying Solberg instead of Strobel.
I'm changing that.
I don't see any. I do see a question, Councilmember Christopherson, and I already had your light on. So.
I am not clear on even what my question is, but is this the Mondovi Road? Is this the one that has Mondovi Road on it?
I believe that was one of them.
And that one, I was interested in the citizens' comments about having it be prohibited on both sides of the road.
The proposed changes that were presented last night do only include parking restrictions along the north side of Mondovi Road. The gentleman was a business owner in the area that operates large semi-vehicles and refuse vehicles in the area, and raised the concern of additional parking restrictions. I'm just grabbing the aerial drawing that I have. in the area. We did not notice, here is how it was proposed last night with the drawing that is in your packet. And the gentleman indicated that with the number of driveways that are along the south side and also on the north side, the people parking predominantly occupy these businesses right here. And he had indicated a desire to have parking restricted on both sides through the curves, which the curves are sharp. And the vehicles shown on the top photo are representative of the vehicles that are the employees of those 4 small commercial lots that is a moving company. He indicated that there's a vacant lot available at this location, and I apologize, I don't have my aerial from last night readily available. There's a vacant lot available here that is attached to the hotel, and there are also tangent stretches of Mondovi Road, which with 36 feet wide is a narrow road for an industrial park, but they're flatter and they're straighter. So that would be, if you're going to allow parking on both sides as currently exists, this would be an appropriate location. If parking were restricted on both sides in this location, the employees going to work in this location would either have to park here on the straight stretch of the frontage road that you see as you traverse on Highway 37, or in the straight section of Mondovi Road up here. The one concern that I have, or I guess two issues to be aware of is there aren't sidewalks along Mondovi Road currently, so if you park further up Mondovi Road on either direction, the employees walking back here would be walking in the street. They wouldn't be walking on a sidewalk. And the second issue of note would be when we sent notices out to the property owners, we sent notices indicating that parking would be restricted on the north side. It wasn't indicated that it could be or would be proposed for both sides of the street. So that's just something to be aware of also with that. As far as safety-wise, with those curves, from an engineering and a safety standpoint, if you had no vehicles parked there, it would be a safer street. It would be a street that you would typically see in an industrial park. There's not a lot of employee parking on our streets in the industrial park. However, with these properties, that is what is causing the parking concerns out there. Is there anything else I can do to help?
I'd like a follow-up question. I'm wondering, Mr. Box said that he had communicated with that property owner suggesting that they park in a safer area. So my question would be, do we as a city have any role in supporting that conversation or monitoring that to see if it could change?
If it is the council's desire to explore restricting parking on both sides and desire to postpone and bring it back at a further date, we would send out letters explaining to all property owners what the proposed change would be, and explain it to the property owner. As far as us securing additional parking that would replace the on-street, I don't see that we would have a role with that, but we would try to educate the property owners to the full extent of the possible changes, whether it's only one side or now possibly both sides in that location.
I'm in favor of prohibiting the parking on the north side, and then I'm wondering, I would support a letter saying that there's concern about the extent of parking because of the size of vehicles, and then allow that conversation to just progress. I don't think.
Councilmember and Councilmember Christopherson, if you, thanks for that additional piece. Councilmember Beaton?
So can you explain again the contact that you've had with the property owners, particularly the one that has a few more cars on the street, or I guess less parking in their own lot?
So our history of contact with the property owners in this area, we took a suggestion or a complaint from a property owner. It was not the gentleman here last night expressing concern over the parking on Mondovi Road, that there was a safety concern with large vehicles. Our transportation engineer went out and surveyed the site. We talked about it and came up with the parking restrictions that you see here. When we determined how far we were going to propose or support restricting parking, we sent out notices to the property owners that are in the affected area with our contact information, and then I have not taken any contact from any of the property owners until at the hearing last night. So we typically don't hold open houses, or if this was in a neighborhood association or a bid, we would talk about it at that location. This does not have that outreach, so we rely on sending it out with a postcard to the property owners.
Does that help answer your question, Councilmember Beaton? Councilmember Zhang?
Thank you. What side of the street has building on it? Are they the right side or the left, or both sides?
This is a sharp hill here. This is an aerial picture of that hill. So there's a guardrail that was mentioned last night. There are businesses at this location here, and then also along both sides of Arbor Court. So the only area that does not have businesses along are on this hill location that has a guardrail.
And second question. So you mentioned earlier there's no sidewalk in that area?
Correct. There's no sidewalk along the entire run of Mondovi Road from Short Street up to Craig Road.
How do we determine that blocking no street, no parking in that area? Is it some kind of danger issues, or what really?
We wanted to control parking or eliminate parking through the curve sections, and there's a short distance with driveways in this location, so we wanted to extend the no parking past the intersection, so we had the intersection free through the few driveways and then around the curves. Once you get into a straightaway, a tangent section of street, it's much easier for the larger vehicles to navigate when there's parking on both sides. The gentleman yesterday indicated not only traversing through, but the parking presented a problem with turning into driveways and swinging wide for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton?
How many driveways are there on the other side of the road?
On this location?
Sorry, no, on the south side of the road.
On the south side, I believe there are 3 or 4 driveways on that location for each of the parcels that were there. And I apologize, I thought I had my aerial map from last night. But there are driveways along this location here, and then also on Mondovi Road and around on Arbor Court. So there are a very prevalent existence of driveways there.
And do you think that the concerns that were brought yesterday about some congestion with pulling into driveways onto, I can't read the road name here, but the one
Court?
That one. Do you think those would be solved by just choosing to prohibit parking on the other side of the street? Do you think there would be enough room?
Yeah, I think with the large semi vehicles in the narrow width of Mondovi Road through the industrial area, it definitely would improve the turning movements of those large semis. I mean, they're not petite vehicles, and 36 feet for those large vehicles isn't, it's on the small side of it. So I do agree with the gentleman's comments that his turning into and out of his driveways would be improved or made easier with restricting parking. Would restricting parking on one side and allowing it on the other prohibit the use of his driveways? I don't think it would. It would just require a lot more care to pull in to that. they're able to, at least I haven't taken feedback that they're not able to access their driveways. Typically, when people aren't able to access driveways, whether they're parked in or so forth, we hear about that, and that's another origin of parking concerns. We haven't heard that in this instance, that they weren't physically able to use it, but it is tight with a garbage truck or a semi-truck pulling into there.
Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I just have a safety-related question. On the one hand, I'm supportive of this current plan, and also I'm intrigued by Councilmember Christopherson's idea about, what would happen if we also blocked the parking on the south side of the street. But and you mentioned that no parking at all would be a little bit safer from a, road safety perspective with the big trucks. But with no sidewalks there, that's also like a different safety risk. So I'm just trying to balance in my mind the competing safety risks to pedestrians walking further on a road where trucks are going without sidewalks versus the safety risks of, cars being parked on one side of the street with big trucks. I don't know if you have thoughts about that or...
When we enact, whenever we do anything that affects a neighborhood or businesses or streets, I always like to make sure that before we go to a council item, all of the property owners are aware of what the possible options would be. So on the one hand, safety-wise, it would be safer. It would be easier to use these driveways that are shown here. If they're blocked, as far as the customer service that we try to give with notice and not surprising them, that would be the other side. Either restricting parking now and opening that conversation, sending a letter out saying, hey, can you do something with your employees? Mention it to them to park further away down the street, if at all possible, in this tangent section. The concern was raised at the council meeting. If that isn't changed, then parking may be revisited to prohibit it on the south side in the future. Or if it's held off and actions postponed for the next council session or a couple of sessions, I would want to send a notice out to the same people that received notices before saying, hey, it's either going to be one side or it's going to be both. Give feedback either written ahead of time or come to the hearing for that.
Thanks. And if I could just have a follow-up, I'm just wondering about the pedestrian safety because there isn't a sidewalk. If people are walking further because they're parking further away, is that an issue, or do you think?
I think it is an issue. When we go through at some point when the street needs to be reconstructed, I think we would be proposing sidewalk, especially with a connection to a state trail to the south. There is a trail that runs parallel up here, but I mean, you have hotels on the south side, you have restaurants on the north side. It does go through an industrial park with our employees, so I think it would be appropriate to consider at some point in the future adding sidewalk. I do have concerns if it's dark or if it's snowy out. And somebody gets back late, they're parked at this location up here. They're walking from here in the street if there's snowbanks and people aren't anticipating, there is that risk. That's a very good argument for having sidewalk along our streets for the city. So whether that safety risk for pedestrian outweighs the safety risk for having it, or safety improvement for having it clear, it's.
Okay.
They're all variables, I guess.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. Just not to open up another can of worms, but if the employers there were to work out some sort of parking arrangement with the hotel, would they be required to pave that dirt parking lot?
Yeah. I'm not sure if that, I think it's probably grandfathered in and just used. I'm not sure that it would spur something into a site plan review or a review by our office for change of use for that.
Okay.
I know if it was a site plan that was coming through, then that would be a comment that it has a certain time period to be paved. But the change of that property, if it's attached, I'm not sure.
City Attorney?
The city does have an ordinance that requires parking of motor vehicles on an improved surface. So if that would be happening regularly there, it would be required to either be paved or gravelled in a way that it wouldn't bring dirt or soils out into the road, in the roadway.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Solberg? Oh, Councilmember Greiger, did you have a further question?
Acting President Worthman, it was more related to the third ward parking changes. I know I brought up the map of the third ward parking changes, but it was pointed out to me just before this meeting that the ordinance that we have written is correct, just the map is incorrect. So could you confirm that, Mr. Solberg?
Correct. The question was on Wilson. And the original map contained in the packet yesterday showed this block between Summit and Gilbert as being included for the flip-flop. The ordinance as contained in the ordinance revision is contained in the packet. Stop goes from Roosevelt to Summit. It does not go to Gilbert as the map showed. So here is the revised map that is correct with the ordinance change, proposed ordinance change, where it stops at Gilbert, and there is no change in Wilson from Summit to Gilbert, either in the language or now shown on the map.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Then on a motion by Member Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Anderson, parking ordinance regarding changes to our parking prohibited table had been moved. Any conversation? We'll start with Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. I'm prepared to support these as they are right now at the one side of the Mondovi. I do think you have to notify them before we do the other side, but I think it's a good idea as well. Right now they are walking on the street with parked cars, which is probably more dangerous than cars not on one side of the street. So I think that I would like to see staff potentially come back, and I don't know how long it is, but maybe it's 6 months. You give the property owner sort of some notice and say, hey, we're looking at taking away the parking on the other side of the street, and gives them the opportunity to potentially work out like a shared use agreement. I mean, even the property that way has a large paved parking lot. There's a lot of large paved parking lots around here. Even potentially the guys with the garbage trucks might have some room that they could work out an agreement where they could park there. So I think it would give them an opportunity to at least look at those options and notify them. So that's where I'm kind of at on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I'll support it as it is now, too. I did have some questions yesterday, and, still with the idea that it's an industrial park, and the businesses that have invested their businesses in that area, I guess, went into it with the idea that the roads would be easily traveled and safely traveled with large semi-trucks. And obviously, it isn't that simple and that safe now, but again, I'd hate to see us having people walking on both sides of the road without any sidewalk. And I agree with Councilmember Christopherson's idea that let's reach out to the interested parties that maybe are causing these parking concerns and see if we can get them to cooperate.
It's helpful. Councilmember Greiger.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I definitely support the idea of moving forward with restricting parking on the north side of Mondovi Road just as the next step, because it essentially gets us to a safer street and helps provide better access. And then as far as the third ward changes go, there's obviously a lot of challenges in the third ward. This can hopefully be another step to hopefully clarify and allow for more flexibility. It's certainly not going to solve all the issues, and there's certainly plenty of neighbors that I hear from somewhat regularly that would prefer that there not be any parking allowed on some of these streets. But I think that conversation is going to be part of the neighborhood plan, and that is being worked on and should be completed by 2019. And there's obviously some other parking studies that we're doing, so just wanted to show my support for all of these changes. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. Any further comments regarding these parking changes? I don't see any at this time. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Raygert?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Swell?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
And that ordinance passes. Thanks for all of the work on that as well. We move then to our announcements by City Manager and by City Council. City Manager.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. A couple, just one is a reminder that we have no meeting on December 24th and December 25th. And with that, I would hope that and wish that each of you can have a very happy and healthy holiday with your friends and your family. And just a reminder also that we have a work session on affordable housing following this meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Beaton.
Acting President Worthman. I also wanted to remind council members and draw attention to the flyer that we had on our desk yesterday for the annual volunteer appreciation breakfast for committee members, citizen committee members, to say thanks for all their hard work helping our city do the work that needs to be done. It's on, you can see the flyer, but it's on January 9th at 7:30 at Hobbs Ice Arena.
I'll make that. Any further announcements by council? I don't see any. Then on a motion by, then on a motion by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Weld, this meeting will be adjourned.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and the City of Eau Claire. A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. It will be available within 7 days of this telecast. Call 715-839-4912 or TDD 715-839-1689. Or write Eau Claire City Clerk, P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org.